Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is an 18-part video series showing you how to create JPJ house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, go to the drop down, and then select Architecture Template, and then press OK. So we start off in level 1. Now we're gonna add grid line. It's under architecture and on the right side. You can also type in GR for the keyboard shortcut. So once it's selected the grid line, now you can add a grid line vertically. We're going to go below the elevation tags right here. So we're just going to click on below of this to east and west. So here I'm gonna click here, then going up, make sure it's 90 degrees. It will going to start on number 1 grid line, and it will recognize, once you copy this, it will recognize that you want it to be in sequence. So I'm gonna press escape twice, and then after that select the grid line again, and then you can type in CO for copy, or under modify, here is the icon for that. So I'm gonna type in CO and then grab it from here and put it on the right side. And then after that, I could type in my dimensions. So it will be 4495. And then now it's stop. That's because we didn't click on multiply. So here, it's still selected. You can type in CO again, grab it, and then put it on the right side. Before we type in any numbers, make sure multiply is checked. And then now let's put it on the right side again. 7225. Next will be 5165. And then lastly 2940. So those are the dimensions for our vertical grid line. Now we need to press escape and then escape again. We're gonna add in our horizontal grid line now. So you can type in GR again. That's for grid line. That's the keyboard shortcut. And then now we're gonna go from right to left. So here I'm going to put it right here and to the left. For this instance, I'm just gonna click on here, press escape, and then escape again. So like I said, Revit recognized the sequence that you want. But now here on horizontal, I want to change this to letters. We change letters for, it's either you want it horizontal for the letters or vertical, but it always needs to be a number and then a letter. Either way it will be good, but you need to differentiate the vertical and the horizontal. One of the reason for that is coordination. It always good, like for example, if you have architecture, electrical, mechanical, structural, the grid line is where they will the exact location of the area or the floor plan. So it's very important to have this. Most of the time where this interact or intersect, that's where the columns are put in. and then here is where you put in some walls as well. So it's very important to have grid lines, and especially when we're adding our walls, we base it from where the location of the grid line. So for example, I want to add walls on A1 to A2 to A3. It's easier for me to tell you guys that you need to add those walls, and then after that we're gonna add it down below. So that's a quick information regarding why we put grid line. So now this is still selected. Let's copy this CO. So I'm gonna select this CO and then grab it and then put it down, and then here we're gonna type in 3615, and as you notice it will be letter B, so Revit recognized the sequence 4210 3000, and then lastly let's put in 5970. So press escape and then escape again. So as you notice, we have some grid lines right here that is too long. If you click one of the grid lines and if we zoom in, as you notice there is a temporary dash line. So that indicates that if we move this one, all of them will be moved. So that's just an indication of that. So now I'm gonna grab it and then pull it up like so. And then mine is pretty much centered. If you're not centered, you can just select everything and then you could just grab it from there. So you can center it. So just eyeball it. You can even use your arrow key on your keyboard to just nudge it in place. And then press escape. And then if you notice, we have grid bubbles on the left side and then at the top. If you want to have grid lines bubbles on each end, you will need to select one of them. So you have to keep on selecting each and every one of them and just check the show bubble, the little square that appears once you select them. So here I'm just adding all the grid bubble. So right there. After that, press escape multiple times. We're going to add dimensions. So here you can type in DI or you can just click this one. Usually this toolbox are at the top right here, but I just move it here so that we have a maximum view of this, and then it's not cut off right here. So I just place it right here, and then now I'm just gonna click on align dimension. What we usually do is we click on each and every grid line like so, and then just click it right there, and then we add in multiple or the overall grid line. Let's do it here as well. Select all the grid line and then click on the overall, and then let's just look at it so that you'll be able to follow along. And then this one as well, you'll be able to just quickly look at what we've done so that you could guys follow along. So now, once we're finished with our level 1 or first floor grid lines, what we need to do is we need to go to our south elevation. It's actually any of the elevation, but I usually just use the south elevation. I'm gonna double click on that, and then here what I'm gonna do is we're going to add the level 3 or roof, but I usually just leave it at level 3. Here we have level 1 at 0 or ground, and then we have level 2 at 4,000. What we can do is I'm gonna put in a ground level at 0, so this will be our ground. This, would you like to rename responding view? So once we select yes, it will change the name of the floor plan right here. So I'm just gonna click on yes, and that will be our ground. Here on level 2, I'm gonna select that, and then we're going to change this to level 1. Select around the area and then just click on yes. So now we have ground level 1. Here I just want it to be at 600, but if you notice, it's not visible. So what you have to do is select the level, and then here if you zoom in, there is a zigzag indicating to add an elbow. So basically, once we click this, this will appear with this, so that everything will be visible for level 1 and then the height. And then you'll be able to drag this, and you'll be able to give more space in order for you to have a visual of everything. You can even move this one on the left side and this one as well, so that nothing is overlapping each other. So now, once we have this, I'm gonna select level 1. We can actually just copy this. So select level 1 and then click on copy. And if we copy this, we will put in 3,000 for the top. So now it will be 3,600. If you notice, we created level 2, but here our floor plan didn't show. So there's two ways of adding levels. The first one is the one that we just did. You just copy that, and then in order for level 2 to appear, you will need to go to view and then click on plan view, drop down, and then here under floor plan, you will need to select that and then press OK. So there's another level or another step just to create this one. So I'm gonna undo that. Another way of adding is just going to architecture and then click on level, or you can type in LL. That's for level shortcut. Here we can actually just add our level manually. So as you can see, it gives you increments of 100, so that it's easier for you to just add. This is fast as well, but if you're adding multiple levels, this is actually very slow because you will need to manually keep on adding levels each and every way. So if you're just adding couple of floors, maybe this one is good, and if you notice, it adds the floor plan instantly. But if you're like creating buildings apartment buildings that you have to have multiple of this, I think the copy command is the fastest. And then even though you have to do this, adding the floor views, it's still faster because you could just keep on copying of this and then adding the levels instantly. So either way, it's still good. So here I'm gonna do the copy step. So select this, CO, select here, and then you can type in 3000. So you don't need to do that manually. And then just go to view, plan view, floor plan, and then just select. And then it will actually open it. So now I'm just gonna give an example. If we check level 2, all our grid line is appearing. If we check level 3, none of it is appearing. The reason for that is this one is not actually overlapping here. So it needs, if you want it to be shown, you will need to drag it at the top right here. And then once you do that, we have this one. And then now we have another step of adding the level on the other side. So we need to check each and every elevation. We want to make sure that everything is push up and then overlapping the maximum height. So this one was not shown, so here everything is shown now. So that's the only thing you need to double check. You need to double check each and every elevation. Everything needs to be intersected in order for it to show. So now everything is good, and then I'm just double checking everything, and then here this one is showing, and then absolutely level 2 will be shown as well. So those are the stuff that you just need to double check in order for everything to be shown. So now let's go back to level 1. So here we're going to actually just go to level 1, and then we're gonna add in our exterior wall here, and eventually after that we're going to push it to ground. But I just want to start on level 1 first because it's easy to extend it afterwards. So here I'm just going to go to architecture, click on wall. You can actually use generic 200 millimeters, but I know on newer Revit that you don't have the generic anymore. You probably have this pre-made walls that are here, but if you want to have a generic 200 millimeters, the one that doesn't have anything, so it's basically empty right here, what you can do is you can just select one of this. I'm gonna use this, and then once you use that, click on edit type, duplicate. Let's name this exterior wall number 1, and then press OK. Click on edit, and then here we could delete the exterior side and then delete the interior side. But the only thing that we cannot delete is the core boundary, the structure or whatever you add this here, and then the core boundary. Those are the things that you cannot delete. So here I'm just gonna select this, click on delete, and then once we're here it will be grayed out, so you cannot delete that. And then here we're going to change this thickness to 200. And then for material, usually I add a white wall first. So I'm going to put in gypsum wallboard. And then, so here I just type GUI. So I choose a white material and then press OK, and then OK again. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our gypsum wall board exterior wall. So here I'm going to select, so here let's start in by clicking on A4, going to A3, and then here around 1080 going down, and then after that click on grid line number 1 and then go down up to E1, go back here, E number 3, and then D number 3, and then go back right here to D4, and then from the D4 we're going to extend this a little bit, and then we're going to add in 1180 from there. So now I extended it 1180 from here, and then all the way to grid line C, and then from grid line C we're going to add 700, and then go back here to grid line number 4 and then close it off, A4. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up our project, and then here now we have our exterior wall, and we're gonna continue working on this. One thing that I want to change is I'm going to select this exterior wall. I'm gonna type in CS, and then here in CS basically we're using create similar under modify, and then CS is basically once you have something that is already put in the project, you'll be able to add it again, and you don't need to keep on looking for it afterwards. Like here, I'll be able to add exterior wall knowing that I selected exterior wall and then type in CS. Here I'm just going to add this. So here from number 2 grid line up to B2, and then here around 29:15 I'm going to close this off. Press escape and then escape again. I'm going to type in SL, that's split element, and then I'm going to type in TR, that's trim and extend. Under modify, that is this icon. So TR, trim and extend, and then I use the SL, that is split element. So now we have this indentation right here. I want to add in probably the barbecue area right here. So now I'm going to select exterior wall, or we're going to add in our interior walls right now. So let's go to architecture, click on wall, edit type, duplicate, and this will be interior wall number 1, and then press OK. Let's leave the thickness to 200 and gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. Here we're going to add this one right here up to D, but what we'll do is we're going to push it back. So this is D, and then select that. It will create the temporary dimension. I want to minus 1370 from here. So this is 7210. So calculator, 7210 minus 1370, that's 6840. So here I'm just going to select that 6840, and then now we have, sorry, so now let's put this back, 7210 minus 1370, so it's actually 5840. So 5840, press enter, and then now we're going to select that again, CS, and then we're going to add in this one right here. Let's leave this one without anything right now, because we could just extend this one later on, because this is where the main entrance will be. Here I'm going to select interior wall again, CS, and then I'm going to create or add in 1840, and then close it off like that. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're going to add a wall right here, and this will be 1640, and then close it off right about here. And then we could just extend this one like that. The only thing that I notice is this one should be an exterior wall. So here I'm simply going to just change this to exterior wall. So now this will be exterior wall. As you can see, it's very easy to change. CS again here, and then this will be another exterior wall. Zooming out, I'm going to add in a wall right here. So this will be an interior wall, CS, and then here I'm going to select this wall, and then this will be around 2970, and then it will have this indentation right here, and then we could just add in and connect everything. And then this one will be, we can actually just extend this one like so, and then let's add in a dividing wall. So I'm just gonna add this one right here. I want this one to be around 18, so 1800. So we give it some space. Actually, let's make this one 1700 instead. We don't need too much space for our pantry. And then we have our laundry right here. We have our dining right here, and then we also have our kitchen right about here. For our kitchen, CS, we're going to just add this dividing wall right here. We could just leave it like this for now, and then once we create everything, we could just extend or decrease the size of this. So we can increase and decrease that once we figure out the spacing. And then here, this is something like a bedroom as well. Here I'm going to add in an interior wall like so, and then here I'm just gonna double check. I want this one to be at least 1600. So I'm just extending this a little bit. And then here, I'm just double checking around 1370, so that's fine. And then from the size here, 1655, that's fine as well. So I'm happy with how this one is working out. So here I'm just gonna add in an indentation right here. The reason for that is so that we could add in like a cabinetry here. So I'm just going to align. So AL. So that's under modify, and this is align tool. So here we could just add it there. And then let's go to insert, load family. We're gonna add in the doors. So here I'm gonna select the door, and then go to residential, and then we have a couple of interior wood panel doors right here. I'm gonna choose this one. This will be available for you guys. I believe the first link on part 1 description, this will be the full set of families that are default for Revit. So here I'm just going to click open. Usually I select everything, so what you need to do is click on the top and then hold on shift and click on the bottom, and then it will highlight everything, and then just press OK, and it will ask you if you want to continue and adding all this stuff. You just need to say yes. So once you add that, let's go back to architecture, click on door, or you can type in DR, and then here you will have all those door panels that are with different dimensions, different sizes. So what I will focus on is around 700 to 900, and then it should be around 2000 millimeters height. So here I'm going to select 750 by 2000, and then after that let's add those right here. This one for the washroom or a bathroom, I'm going to put in 700 right there, and then we have another washroom right here, and then let's add the 700 by 2000 as well, right about here. So you need to click on your tab in order, space bar, in order to change orientation. And then here as well. And then for the main, so let's change this to around 800. And then let's add this one on the side. And then for the main, let's insert a different panel, or sorry, a different door. So go back to insert, load family. It's still under residential. And then we have different kinds of door right here. I'm gonna add this one, click on open, and then here I'm just going to select 1700 by 2000. Press OK, and then let's just add it right about here. So we have this opening right here. What I want actually to do, I don't want the main door to be looking like this. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this exterior wall, CS, and we're just going to add something like this. And then select this, CS again, and then let's add it there. And then just move this one to space it out. I'm just using my arrow key, and then here we could just delete this and then trim this, TR, trim and extend, and then we could just move this one right about there. That's good enough. Let's just give some space here, and then we could have in our opening like that. We will have stairs right here, and then like I said, this will be the pantry and then the laundry. So right now what we could do is we could add in the sliding door or the parametric door that we have. So it will be the second link. I'm going to download the sliding door. It will be the second link on part 2. So you just need to download those. Once you download, you just need to drag and drop. What I usually do is I drag and drop it to the widest wall that you have, because we still need to edit the size on that. So it will be upgraded, and then just select it here for now. And I believe that's one of the places that we're going to add that anyway. So let's add this one right here. So now we need to edit this. I want it to be open, so it will open like that. And then here, inset should be 0, so it will fix itself. And then now you just need to change this height to 2000 as well. Edit this, height sliding door around 2000, and then I believe we have a perfect match for this space right here. So I'm happy with that. If in order for you to show the handles, you just need to change it to fine. So now the handles right there. You just need to flip this. So we need to flip this by using this arrow. So either way, if you want it to be on this side or on that side, and then it will be sliding on this way. So now I want the same thing to be right here as well, but this one is too big. If we check this one, I'm just gonna roughly check this. This is around 4300. So now I'm going to select this, edit type. I'm gonna duplicate this and just leave it sliding door number 2. And then once we do that, we'll be able to change the width now to around 4000. And then now make sure 0, 0, and then 0. Press OK. And then now here is the number 2. I'm going to just select that CS and then just add it right about here. And then now this one looks fit on the space, so delete that. Here I'm just going to select that, put it back to sliding door, and we just need to change something here again. This one should be 0, 0, and then 0. So the gap, we don't need those. So now just press OK, and then we're good with that. We can also add a smaller one right here as well. It's good to have access on different areas, and then for this one we have it just for this area only, and obviously we will need to open this up. So here I'm going to select this CS and then add it here for now. Select this again, edit type, duplicate. This will be sliding door number 3, and then press OK first. So now this is different from others as well, but now we could just edit this and change this to around 2500. So 1500 shorter than the sliding door number 3. And then I just want it to be added, I believe, in this area. And then we could have our kitchen right about here. We could actually open this up as well if we want to. So here we could determine which area we want. So I believe I'm leaning on this spot so that we could have maybe an L shape or just a linear kitchen with a island, and then we could just open this one with a big window so that we have some natural light coming in. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in our interior walls, and also we added some doors, and then our sliding door right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add a marker. We could use annotate just to have a marker like so. And from this, I'm just going to grab it from here so that we could have it reference this A grid line, and then we could just put 9,000. So that's how far you want our boundary wall would be. So here I'm going to extend this one just like that, and we could add in another wall. So I'm just going to select the exterior wall, and then we could just click on wall, press escape on that, click on wall, and then here we could edit, duplicate, and this will be border wall. Click OK, edit, and let's change this to a different material. So I'm just going to add maybe a concrete block pattern. Click apply, OK, and then OK. So this is just our border wall. I'm going to click it from here on our E5 up to the annotation line, and going to number 1 grid line, and going back here and connecting it right about here. Before we connect this, so as you can see, I'm just deleting this. Before we connect this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this one and then click on tab and select it again. It will basically highlight everything right here, and what I want to do is to have a top offset. As you can see, it's unconnected, it's not connected to any. I'm going to connect it to up to the level 2, and then top offset of -1500. Click apply, and I know it's kind of short, but that's how I want it. We could keep on changing this, so maybe -500 only, and then click apply on that. And also right here, if you notice, we have we forgot to connect all of our panels. So all of our panels should be connected to level 2. So what I did right now is I'm going to select all of them. Once you select all of them, you can use filter under modify. This will allow you to uncheck the ones that you don't want to. So for in this instance, these doors are not included. I just want all the walls. So once we click all the walls, if you notice, we can connect it to the top constraint of level 2. So now everything is in proper height. Now here we could just set this one to -1000, and then we're good to go with the border wall. Go back to level 1, select this one, and then just connect it, and everything is connected. We have already seen our border wall. We can then now add in more information here. For instance, here is a walkway going towards at the back. What I'm gonna do is we could actually extend this, or we could just select this border wall, CS, and then just add in a border wall. We could then just add a door here later on for the entrance, and then here we could add in our deck, and then an extension of the dining area. I basically want an indoor and then an outdoor space for the dining area, where we have a deck, and then we also have stuff right here. So what I'm gonna do now is go to our ground floor. From our ground floor, we could just extend this, and then so that everything is extended. Now, if you see, we could create our deck from here, knowing that this is going downwards from here. So here I'm going to select this. I want this base offset to be up to the ground, and at the same time we need all of this to be base offset to ground as well. So let's put it in ground, so everything is in the ground. So now everything is like that. We're going to have a stairs here. We could also have a stair or a deck stair right here, and then here as well for the part here. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to go to our ground floor and then click on floor, edit this type, and then here we need to duplicate. This will be floor number 1, and then our floor number 1 will be our deck. So I want to change this, edit the thickness to 200. So all of our floors, I want their thickness to be in 200, and then here I want to change this to basically wood, because this is a deck. I want it to be wood, and then I want to put maybe walnut just to see the difference in color. And then here I usually add a rectangle first, and then from there I change it a bit. So here, and then maybe we could just extend this one right about there, and then we could just select this one right there, right there. We could put grass here actually, and then here select that, trim this just to be sure that everything is trimmed. This is TR, trim and extend. This is basically the icon that you need to press, and you can press TR in your keyboard shortcut to make it short. I'm gonna undo that. I'm going to click it like that, undo this. This one should be on this one, and then here I'm going to align this AL. I want to align it on this one so that everything is aligned, and this will basically be the deck part. And then I'm going to add another deck for the stairs here. So I'm gonna click finish on this, and then we're going to add a swimming pool right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a wall. Instead of border wall, we're going to duplicate this. This will be pool wall. Press OK. Edit type. Let's change the material. Usually something tile. So maybe we could just put a tile pattern. No, we could just use this just to change it up. So that's a tile pattern. Reset base constraint. I'm going to put it the ground up to maybe first floor for now, and then change it afterwards. I usually just add this one first. I'm going to use my arrow key just to change, and then AL, to align it right here so that we could just extend, and then we could have our deck extending here. So I want some spacing right here, and then I'm happy with this, and then I'm going to check it out here. Obviously we're going to extend this, so I use my tab key so that everything is highlighted again. What you need to do is you could just hover onto the wall here. You can press tab and it will highlight everything, and you just need to click it so that everything is highlighted all together. What we could do is we could base offset this to around maybe 2000 so that it just goes down a little bit, and then from the first floor, not the first floor, so the top offset of the first floor, I just want it to be negative 400 because I know it's 600, right? 600, so just a little bit up, 200 above it. So once we create the floor here, usually I'm gonna change the flooring here. So what I'm gonna do is another floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 2. Maybe another tile. I'm going to set it with another tile, and then this will be maybe the porcelain, just to change it up. So the other one is different, and then this one's a different as well. So use rectangle, and then rectangle, and then I fix it from there. TR, trim and extend, delete this, and then just connect this one. Click finish, and then here we could extend this, edit, modify, here rectangle as well, and then delete this, and then maybe we could just extend this or align it first. And then here what we could do is trim this, TR, trim this one. We could just unjoin this for now, and then click finish. So now we have this, we have this. Maybe we could just extend this one as well right here at the back so that we at least finish up everything. So here, just trim this. You can just delete this as well, trim this as well. So just clean that one, and then I'm planning to add grass on this part. So that's another floor. Edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3, and this will be the grass. Invalid material, so we just need to pull it up first from here. So I'm just gonna check grass and then pull it up, apply, okay, and then okay. Let's put in the grass right here. Rectangle first, so that you cover most of it, and then just delete the ones that will be deleted anyway or overlapping. So once you do that, you have this as grass, and if you notice, we still have something of an overlap here. What we could do is I want the deck to be above it. So if you notice, we have this one. I want this, and then here we have an overlap as well here. So maybe we could just do -600 so that everything is flush, but at the same time here I want it to be above it. So height offset of probably 200. Okay, so we have a deck and then there's an overlap. What I'm gonna do is maybe I'll do the 200. So negative 400 again, so that it's aligned with this, but at the same time we have this one like so. So that's fine, because at least 200 only for a step on that. And then I'm going to cover the 2 steps that we have right here. I'm just gonna use this one, I believe floor number 1, but instead of a floor I'm going to use the model in place. So I'm going to use the walnut so that it's easier to maneuver. So here, model in place, and then here I'm going to put it at generic model, and then here extrusion, and then here we're going to put walnut. It recognizes it, and then here I'm just going to add a walnut right here. Click finish. I can extend it manually, and then I could edit this one so that it covers this one as well. So at least I have this one covering that, and then we could just delete this, trim. And it's easy to manipulate once we're here. And then you don't need to click finish again. We could create on top of it, but we need to set, pick up work plane. I'm gonna choose this so that it is above this one. So we don't need to set the height. Delete this and then trim this out. So basically that's identical. Click finish and finish. Let's look at it at 3D so that everybody can visualize it. So here I want to extrude it from the top and then above this one as well. So at least this one is maneuverable. It's easy to manipulate how big or how wide you want it to go. And we could just have that one. And we could just even align it. AL, align it at the top here. And then I want it to be aligned at the base of this. There we go. So now everything is looking good. So at least it's the same finish as well. So if you want, you can keep on extending those, and then extend this. So depending on how you want it to be maneuverable like that. And then we have a deck inclined outwards like that. And then we need to finish up this part. We're going to use the same materials that we have on the border wall. I believe this is concrete block pattern form. It shouldn't be, because this should be the pool wall. So I'm gonna choose pool wall, tile, stone, ceramic mix. So I'm gonna copy that and then here model in place again, and then generic model, and I'm just going to add this extrusion right here, should be rectangle, and then click on before you click on finish, change it to the material, and then click on finish, and then we could basically change the height from here so it's easier. We don't need to make it hard, we don't need to do some maths, so we could just basically maneuver it from our eyesight. And then another one for the water. So here we're going to model in place again, generic model, and then choose extrusion, and this will be water. Not sure if we already set the water. If not, it will let you know that it's invalid, and then we need to check it from here, search it, and then there you go, we have water material right there, and we could just put extrusion, and then most of the time it's all the way at the top. We just need to change it a bit, put it downwards, and then just a little bit at the top. I think that's good enough. We have water, and then we have something like that. And then for now, we could add in a door right here. Let's add the same door what we have here, just to show that there's an opening there. We could maximize this space. We're going to add a kitchen right here, and let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we concentrated on the outside. We added the border wall, and then we added the pool and everything else like the deck. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Let's go back to 3D. And then here, what I'm planning to do is just to make this one much better looking. So I'm just going to extrude this part. As you can see, it looks nicer to have steps there as well. And then here, we're going to extrude them as well. And then here, so that there's steps as well. So it's not like a big fall. So it's better to have steps there and to extrude that part. And here, what I'm planning to do is, instead of a floor 1, we're going to edit that, and we're gonna edit that a bit, and let's add in the grass part as well there, because I'm planning to add a window right here overlooking the pool area, because this is a bedroom as well. So here I'm just going to extrude this part and press escape or check, and then here go back to architecture, click on floor. This will be floor number 3. I believe that is the grass part, so I'm just going to add that and then click finish. And just to double check, this one is floor number 3, that's the grass part as well. So I'm happy with what we've accomplished here. And then we could do is we could download the Revit pull handle. I have that one. Basically, you could download that instantly. So right here we have pull ladder. So you just need to download this. This will be probably the second link. And once you have that, what you just need to do is just drag and drop. So drag and drop it there, and then make sure to save your project. And then here you just need to basically add it right there for the ladder. We could put the ladder actually on this part so that it looks nicer. If we go to 3D, that's the look of it. So it's overlapping right here. If we put it right about there, it's basically too much. So I rather just add it there and then go back here and then just push it back a little bit. That's fine now. And then it will be basically transparent because this is a water material, so that will be good when we send it to Twinmotion. Now what I'm planning to do is go back to level 1 and then add in our furnitures. So what we're gonna do is we're going to add furniture first onto our living area. So let's go to insert, load family, and then from our load family we have furniture, and then here let's add in our table. We have, I like this one, the table, M table dining. Click open, CM, and then add it right about here. And as you can see, this is too small for the space, so we could basically put this one to the biggest preset that it has. But in terms of the presets, it's still too small. So what we could do is we could edit type, duplicate, and you could call it whatever you want. We could just put in dining table, and then here we could just change this to the length and the width. So here we could put this one to 2000 and then the other one to be on 3000. And then let's see how it looks. It still doesn't look massive, so we're gonna put it at 4000. Click apply and then OK. And as you can see, this is looking nice for the area. And then we're going to add in our table for sure. I'm gonna edit it a little bit, maybe 1500 for this one, and then 3500. So that looks nice, good enough for that space. And then let's not forget to add our door right here. So CS on that, and then here let's add in our door right about here. It's good enough. Somewhere in the middle like there. That's good. We could just push it back a little bit if we want to. And then after that, let's import or insert more stuff. So here another desk, dining table. Let's add in the oval, CM. So usually when I load any family, I instantly add them because I don't want to keep on looking once you have so many stuff loaded, and then looking for it will be very hassle. So here I'm going to add in the biggest one. It's still not big enough for me, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select that, duplicate that again, and then here let's put this 35, and then this one is 1500. So it's basically the same, so that we could add in some barbecue grill here. We could grill some stuff right here on this area, and then here we have our outside. And then what we could do now is we could add more, and then go to seating. Let's look for this chair brewer, and then CM, and then just add it on one side first. And then CM again, add it on the one end, and then what you could do is just mirror it, and then you can use the other mirror as well, because this one has some division in the middle. So either one, as you can see, I use both of the mirror command. Either one will work. Let's do it here as well. Let's add, I'm just going to push this one back. Let's add it right here, and then copy here, and then here let's select this, mirror it from draw axis first. So you need to draw, and then the difference between one of them is this one. Pick axis if there's an axis. Usually there is for the middle part. So there we go. That's how you use both of the mirror, and the differences of how you use that. So now let's add in more information right here. So how about the toilets, and then the sofas as well. So here we're already in the seating, so let's add in the sofa, and then the chair. So here I'm gonna use this Corbu CM. Let's add another living room here. It's formal living room, and then we also have a family room. So here, this is too small for this. I'm going to edit, duplicate sofa 2. The depth, let's just leave the depth, but the width, let's put it at 2500. As you can see, it extended. If you change this now to sofa 2, it will extend as well. This one, let's change this to sofa 3. And then here, let's change this to 3500. So now, each and every family, you can preset this one, and then it will change it to whatever set you put. 815 for the depth, and then if you change this to sofa 3, it will change to whatever preset that you set here. So that's how it's easy to change change all of this, and then set your family. Let's add in some decorative chair. So here we also have the Corbeau chair right here. So I'm going to add in CM right about here, and then here. There we go. And then let's load another, so some decorative chair. I'm gonna use this. And then CM, we also have some chairs right here. That's looking good. And then let's add one of this. Spacebar to change orientation. Let's change this to sofa 1. So we have that. So we have our living room and then our living area, and then we also have our area for our family room. Let's add in the coffee table. So go back here. That's another table, and then here coffee table. Let's load that one. CM. It looks very small. We could edit this to the desired one. This one is good enough for this one right here. And then here, this one is good enough as well for this space. You could just edit it. If you're gonna edit, duplicate it first and then change all of this. So you could just do that as well. Also, I forgot here in ground, let's add this floor number 3 as well. So CS on that, so that you can add it instantly. And then right here, we're going to add in our front yard in terms of this one. So we could just add it like that. And then eventually we're gonna remove this so that this one is, and then we're going to extend the border wall like so. So we're going to do that later on so that it doesn't confuse you, but we're basically going to remove it or extend that one there, and then this one, and then we will have our gate right about here. So that's gonna be our front yard right there. Okay, so now here we could add in our toilet. So here, load here, go back to the main, and then here we have our plumbing. Go to architecture, fixtures, and then we have our urinals, and then our water closet. So go to your water closet. There where you're gonna see toilet. Let's just load the 2D. We don't need the 3D for that. And then here we could add right there, and then we can also add it right here. And then let's load in our sink. So one of the vanity sink, we could just use the round. Click open, CM, and then let's use spacebar to change orientation on that. And then here as well, change orientation using spacebar. You can move it right there. And then in terms of showing the top, what we could do is we could just use detailed line. So that represents the top. Here what we could do is we are going to exchange this. So here I'm going to add it on that side, and then here we could just add our sink. The reason for that, so that we could maximize the space, so that we could have it this one as the walk-in closet for this bedroom. So we could extend this one, extend this wall, so that we could maximize the area right here for a walk-in closet. And then here, before we do it, actually we're in the ground, so this is incorrect. We need to be on to our level 1. So let's change this to level 1. So I'm just going to change this to level 1, and then just CS this, go back to level 1, and then just recreate those. And then here I want to make sure that that's the only thing that I put on ground floor, because that one is different. So now I could just delete these things that I CM, and then annotate. And then here we could add in our shower. So before we add our shower, let's check the internal dimension. So here I'm using tab in order for it to change to a different tab, so a different area. And what I'm planning to do is to go to insert, load family, and then go back here, and then shower. Here click on open, CM. You can add it right here for now. As you can see, it's too much, so we could just move that one a little bit there for now. And then we could need 1440, so just edit one, duplicate. This will be shower 2, 1440, maybe this one. Either way, it's either this one, this side, or that side. So we could just delete that now and move this one in the middle a bit, and then we could just align this one right there, and then just move this one in the middle, so we're good. AL, align it to this, and then pull this one back. So we have our powder room and then the washroom for this part. What we could do now is add in our laundry. So load family. Before we do that, we could add in this one first, CS. We need a sink right there as well, but not the vanity. So let's go and go back to sink, and then here we have a single one. We can use the one for the kitchen, and then let's add it right about here. And then load family, go back to the main, and then that one is specialty equipment, domestic. And then here mid-range we have washer front, top load, and then dryer, washer dryer combo. Let's use that, CM, and then let's just add it right here. I don't want the to show the label. Edit type and then uncheck the show label. And then here we could just add in an annotation. Select that, CS. And then here let's add the line to represent the top. So we're good with that. And then here into our storage, what we could do is we could use annotate as well, CS on that. We're going to add in our line to represent our storage at the top, and then dash line, so you should demolish in order to have the dash line right beneath the thin line. So this one should be thin line, and then this one represents the one below it. So now we have our storage pantry, we have our laundry room, and then we have also right here. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We're going to add like the outside shower right here. So we have another toilet here, and then we're just going to copy this and press spacebar to change orientation. And as you can see, this one is a bit smaller. What I'm gonna do is we're going to extend this one just a little bit just to accommodate this. So AL, and then there we go. We could just AL right here on this side so that it's right there, and then align this one so that we don't need to change that, and this will be just like that. And then let's use the annotation just to add in the top right here. So we have our shower right here so if you have a party, they don't need to come inside anymore, they could just use here. So that's a good way of just leaving everything right here. Let's move this one a bit. So I'm just cleaning this up so that we could just extend this one so that it's not we have a good distance on the stairs. And then at the same time, we need to add in the bed. So let's go and click on insert, load family, and then go back to the main. And then here we have furniture and then beds. And then here in the bed box, let's just use that. CM, we have a double right here, and just go to drop down. We have the queen, and we're going to use the queen, and then space bar to change orientation. I'm going to add this one right here, and then at the same time load family for the we could add in the side tables. So I'm basically just changing this a bit. I want to at least make this one around 4100, so the spacing is good enough. Let's go and add in, sorry, let's change that. We're not editing the bed. We're going back to insert, load family, and then let's add in a side table. So here we have a nightstand table, so click on open, CM, and let's add it on the other side, on each side. And then at the same time, let's add in a table again. This is a desk, Let's add in the desk, CM. So that desk is already here, so we just need to look for it. It's already preloaded. So this one, student desk, and then we could just add the desk right here, and then we could add in a table for that, and then we have TV right here. Let's go and add the seating for this. So for the seating, let's add this one as well. CM. Oh, sorry, we actually have a better seating. This one, the chairman, executive, CM for that, and then let's add it here in the front. Okay, so we have that one there. What I'm gonna do in this area is I'm going to make this one a walk-in closet. So here, CM for this, so that we could have a wall right here, and then we're gonna create an opening. So wall opening, I'm going to choose one and then choose another, so that's going to be an opening for this wall. If you want to look in section, it will look like this. I'm just gonna give you what it looks. I'm gonna show you what it looks. So just an opening. You can change the width and even the height. So that's what I'm adding there. I'm just deleting the section, I don't need it. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add in annotation, detailed line, just to represent the storages or the walk-in closet for this one. So we could just make this one a bit smaller so that we could maximize the spacing right here. There we go. And then at the same time, add in this one right here. So we have our walk-in closet right about there, and we have enough spacing to have a table right here, and also we can add in our entertainment system here for the bedroom. So that's one of the things that we're going to do here. And also what I'm planning to do is to extend now this border wall. I'm going to trim and extend on this side, and then trim and extend on this side. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this border wall right about here. Maybe just, let's measure this one around 3200, make it 3500 for this one. So just about this gap, and then we could just go around, make sure to use CS so that to join them in. Once you join them in, if we look at it in 3D, it will look like that. And then basically we just need to extend it up to base ground floor. So now it will look like that. Obviously we're going to extend the grass, and then we will basically have a concrete floor right here. So I'm going to edit now this one. I'm going to use rectangle so that we could just maximize that, trim and extend here, and then here we could delete this, and then trim and extend on in this one. So that's done. We need to add this part now. So we could just use another floor, duplicate this. This will be floor number 4. Maintain the 200 thickness, and then this will be concrete. And then we could use concrete lightweight. And then let's add right about here. Click here and right there. And then let's do trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. So we have our floor right here, and let's not forget we haven't added the floor for the main floor yet. So this is all hanging on the air. So, and then obviously we're going to use stairs here, but I want to add the stairs similar to what we did here, so that it's easy to manipulate. It's easy to extend. So I'm going to use that. So what I'm gonna do is, let's click on model in place, generic model. Let's add in a concrete, and then let's set. So it's already in the ground, so that's fine. So I'm actually good with that. Let's just change this to 200 extrusion, and then let's change material to another concrete, and then let's use this one for now. We're going to do rectangular, and then from here we're going to add in more. We can instantly change this if we want to, and then 200, 200, and 200. So that's gonna be 600, and then that's 3 steps. It's good enough. And then here, create extrusion. You want to set this one, pick a plane. I want to choose the top of this, so that we don't need to change the extrusion part anymore, but we want to maintain the 200 extrusion. Here I could just do this, and then click finish, and then another extrusion. Set this one to the top of that, and then click extrusion again, and then click finish, and then finish again. And then now we could just manipulate this. It's easier to manipulate now because we have everything. And then if you know, this is all about a line now. So now we could just go back to ground. Let's extend this just a bit, extend it there, and extend it there. Obviously you don't want it to be too much there, but at the same time here we could just maximize this to whatever we want. We could divide this one to like that, and then if we see it, it looks much better. 200, that's good enough for the height. And obviously this one looks nicer because it's right there. And then here we have, and then we just need to fix this one, this part. Obviously we can just set this one, we could just copy, but the thing is it's not proper. So maybe we could just copy this, rotate 90 degrees. Let's rotate it to RO 180 actually, and then let's just edit. Let's just move this one first. Let's move it all the way right here. Let's not forget this one, AL. So here we could just extend this one to the line there, extend this one, and then extend this one. Now we basically differentiate which one is it. We could just align it there. We can align it to the wall, and then we could just move it back to there. There we go. So that's looking good. We could just leave it like that. And then here, this one is on level 1. And then let's go back to level 1. I believe in terms of the outside, the only thing that we need to do is to create the gate. So what we could do is we could go to our south elevation. Actually, we just need to give some gap here. So S, I believe it's split with gap. I want to split with gap. So here I'm going to cut this one. The reason that I want it with gap, so that we could just delete this. And then here, I just need a small gap right here. Delete this now. Maximize this one right here. So we have this small gap right here, and then we still have our 2-car garage right here. So that's more than enough spacing for that. And then obviously we're going to add in our gate. And then here we could just add in, so for the, let's go to the south. Here we could actually edit the profile of a wall. This profile, I just want to add an indentation right here. So SL, split element, TR, trim and extend. So once we have that indentation right there, we could add in the grills. So now we could go back here, go to our model in place, generic model, and then go to extrusion. We need to set this. I want to pick the plane, which is the plane right here. No, not that one. Pick again this one, and then you can click on this extrusion rectangle, and then the gap, And then here we could click finish. Once we click finish, we could click on array, and then I want to determine a number. I want it probably 20, and then click the last. I'm going to click here, and then I want it to be up to here, and then it will add in 20 gaps. Let's do it again. 20 up to the last. And as you can see, the gap is still big. I'm going to change that. Let's make it 30. Okay, and then now make it 40, and then click on finish, and we could edit that later on if you want to, if it's not in our standard. And then here we could just basically edit the height if we want to, edit in place. If we change this, edit group, we change the height of this, and then all of them will be changed. So that's how easy it is to add this kind of groove into your wall, like so. And obviously we could make it more beautiful if we edit the group again. Let's not have this one. Let's give it some gap, like that. And let's look at it. I think it's it looks much better to have it like that. And then maybe we could add more to it. So for now, let's leave it like that. This one looks good. Let's go to our south elevation, and let's try and add something right here. So you can see we need to at least extend it and make it in that same span. Okay, we could just edit this one like that. 2-car garage, and then here we could model in place. And actually I forgot to set which material is this. So edit group. Here we need to set this one to metal. So I'm just going to metal anodized blue. I want to set it on that so that we have the same one on all. I just forgot to do that there. And then here we could do the same material. This will be 7. We need to set this one. This is probably the plane that we're gonna use. Extrusion. Change this. Aluminum anodized blue. Select that. And then here we could just have an extrusion first. Sorry, edit that extrusion. I want an opening there, of course. So I want it to be around 50 offset. And then let's just move this one a bit like that so that it has some gap. It's not perfectly at the top there. So click finish, And then here, let's go back to the ground level, and let's pull it back from the inside like that. And then after that, click on create, and we're going to do the same extrusion from there. So here, select that, set, pick a plane. I want to pick this plane right here. Open view, and then now we need to create the same extrusion like this, but a smaller one. So I just want, probably instead of that, I could just do offset of probably 10 from the inside. That's perfect. And then now click finish. I want to see that first, so let's see it in 3D so that we could instantly extrude it. There we go. And then go back to ground, and then click on array. Click the last, and then how many? Probably 10 for now. And then the last, you need to check this, and then go right here. 10 is not good enough, so maybe 20. I think is good. And then click on finish. So that's how it looks. That looks much better. I believe I want to change this one with a frame like this. I think it's a lot better to have a frame. Because it looks much better. And then I want to have a different. So I'm just gonna delete this, and then in the next video we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna finish here and then finish the gate. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we started adding the gate, and actually we have to delete here because I kind of like how this one looks with the framing, and then here we have the grill for that. Here what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to south elevation. We're going to edit the profile right here. We're gonna set each profile up, so it will be something like that. Delete here, SL, split element basically, trim and extend, TR, and then here we're going to have that grilled multiple times in here. I think it looks a lot better to have this kind of detailed here. So I'm gonna do that also right here, and then once we create one, I believe we can just copy and paste, but we need to have the same width so that we could do that. So here we have around maybe 2100, and then we could just set this one. I'm going to set this one onto this side now. We could just delete this. Going to add this. We want 2100. This one is 2100. This one is 2100 as well. Let's move this onto this. And then let's copy paste or copy this one, CO, and then we could just delete this part, and then we could just CS or just create a line like that. I believe it's better to space this out. We could add in probably one more. So let's try. In terms of spacing, CO. Hopefully we have one more, which is actually we don't. I think we should just space this out. Because it will look bad if we have it too much of this. So I'm just going to space this. I'm gonna eyeball it as much as I can, or I will need to space it out around 35, and then here in the middle, the most important is just one of this. So I'm going to click on finish, save project, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here, model in place, generic model, and then here I'm going to set this one, pick a plane, and I'm gonna use this wall for my reference. And then here I'm going to have this border right there, and then 10 to border right up, not 10 actually, it's 50. I believe I use 50 to have it like that. Maybe I could double check, or let's just finish this first. I could edit in place, edit extrusion, and then let's go to south to check. It's actually 50, so that's fine. That's good. Click on finish as well there. And then here, let's edit this one again. And then now let's go to 3D. And then or before we go to 3D actually, let's go to ground, and then let's push this back. I would like to maintain the same thickness as this one, so I'm gonna align that one there, and then I'm going to align this one for this, and then we're going to have the same one for this spot. So here I'm going to create, set this one, pick a plane, go to 3D. I'm going to choose this plane, and then it will ask me to go back on that ground. I'm gonna go back and then click on extrusion, offset to 10. So this is the one that is 10. Make sure this is rectangle and click on like that. Select all of that, move this one right here. You don't need the spacing and sometimes, because we could just set that one later on. Click on finish first, go back to 3D just to set up the height. Once you set up the height, go back to ground, and then here select array, make sure last, and then here you just change it first to probably maybe 10 first, and then in terms of view you will see if it's too much or too little. We have this gap here. I'm gonna do 20. Press OK. I think that's 20 is good enough. Click finish, and there you go. We have our grill right there. What we're gonna do next is just select that CO, so that's copy, and then we're gonna copy it from that corner, and then make sure multiple is checked so that we could just copy it for the next one. There we go. Let's see it in 3D, and then that's how it looks. It looks much better like that. And then let's finish up, and then let's do the gate. So let's go here. I'm probably going to create something similar like this. Copy this. I want to see if this one can be copied and can be extended. So if this one can be extended, I think I can edit. I could edit something like that. This is edited, so we could put 30. But as you can see, there's gonna be some error if we do that. So I just want to click on finish, discard what I did, delete this instead. Or I could just edit in place. There's always, I don't know what's wrong with the gap. It's always like that. So I might as well just do this again. I don't want to ruin or take some time here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on annotate, even the demolish one. I just want to know. So it's around 5,000, 50, 40. So I'm gonna do 25, 20. So 25, 20 each. So I'm gonna select south, and then here I'm going to model in place, generic model, same thing. We're gonna set, pick a plane, and this will be our, so click on tab so that to select this one. Extrusion, make sure this is the anodized blue, and then here you could just set this one like that. In terms of the width, we set this to 25, 20, and then let's align it to the top right here because we wanted some gap to the floor. Maybe we set this to 2500. The reason for that is we need some gap in between. So I'm gonna put this one, I'm going to put some gap on this side. And then now we click here again to put an offset, and then let's put it from the inside. So click on space bar. Once you do that, click on finish, go back to ground, and then now we need to align it. So align it first. Let's align it to right here, and then align it right here. So that's the thickness. And then let's create an extrusion. So click on extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then go to 3D, and then let's select that. Once you do, it will ask you to go to ground, open view, and then now select this, and then add in a 10 offset. Select from here to the end, but spacebar, we want it from the inside. And then after that, click tab again to select all, and then just move it from the inside. After that, select everything, click on finish first, and then extend it all the way to the top. Once we have that, click on ground again, and then click on array. Make sure it's last, and make sure it's 40. Click here, and then put it on the last. It will gap itself, and then just click on finish, and then press OK. After that, let's see it 3D. That's looking good. What I'm planning to do is just copy it from the corner, and then just move this one a bit from the inside, and then maybe we could just rotate this. I want to rotate this actually, because it's always close. We wanted to at least do something. So place the center of rotation right here in the middle, and then just do it like that. Now it's open a bit, and that's looking good. And then let's open this one as well. Rotate, place the center of rotation right here, and then just rotate this one. Maybe it's too much. Sometimes it happens. The rotation is lost. So in this one, we just need to move this one again. And then leave this one is not working with us. So it's one of those that is not able to be edited. So I'm just going to undo that, but let's keep the ones that we can. Let's try this one going inside. Not sure. Yeah, same thing. It's not going like that. So at least this one is open. We could just leave it like that. Right here. And then now we still haven't added something right here like the stairs. So I'm going to just copy this from the corner right there, and then extend all of this on this side, at the same time using this to know which one is which is on top, which is on bottom, and then just extending this like so. Let's just push this back a little bit. I don't want to cover all the grass. And then basically just only that part. And then if we check, that one's good. I just want to double check each and every one of them so that we know that everything is looked after. We have the sliding door there. Here we have a grass, but the grass here, I'm going to change the height to probably 400 or maybe 200 just to be. I'm gonna do 150. Just want to be just lowered one spot there. And then I believe it's good enough to check in realism. At least we know if we're missing one. So I like the way it looks right here. This one is another floor. I want to put something at the back there, like a fountain. So here what we could do is, let's set up another wall. Edit type, duplicate. Maybe border wall number 2. Edit, change the material. Precast. And then here we could just add in ground to whatever. So we could just add it from the border. AL, align it from here, align it from this one, and maybe align it from here. And then we're going to put this one this will be at level 1. But top offset is around negative 1500. And then we could just cover that up, and then that will be, we could have it like a fountain there. So that's looking good right there. And then in terms of level 1, we have everything right here. So probably in the next video we're going to add in the stairs, and maybe we could start with the kitchen, and also we need to add in the windows. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish up the gate, and as you can see, we have this one and also the gate that we kind of open a little bit. Now we're gonna continue working on this more. So here, what I'm planning to do, make sure you're in level 1. Let's add in the floor for this one. So here, let's go to click floor, edit type, and then duplicate this. This will be floor number 5. Edit, let's maintain the 200 thickness. And then here, let's set cast in place gray, and then click OK, and then OK. What I usually do is I add rectangle first, so that we just go around here. So I'm gonna set all this one first, and then eventually we're just going to trim and extend all of those. And then we're going to set some of this with a different floor finish. So here I'm gonna trim and extend right here, and then we could just trim and extend here as well. Delete this. I want to trim and extend right here. For some reason this one is not, so I'm just going to use this, trim and extend. So I'm going to delete this part. I want to just use this pick line, because for some reason this one was not working out. So now everything is good. I'm going to probably, I want my kitchen to have a different floor. I also want this part to have a different floor, and also here I want this one to have a different floor. So this one can be, and also this one. I want to set this one in, this one should be in ground level. So I want to make sure that I need to set this, all of this in ground level. So here I'm just going to click finish. Here I'm seeing that this is not finished yet. Going to use align tool, AL, to align this part, and then trim and extend, and then click finish. So this one has its own. I want to double check here, because I believe I did set this one to level 1 instead of ground. So I'm going to CS that, and then delete this, and then CM, and then here we need to set this one to ground, and then this one should be in ground as well. I want to set a different floor for this one, so edit type, duplicate, and then ground. This one should be maybe a concrete foam, just to change, and then click this one, like that. Click finish. I want to see how it looks first, just to see that this one is now in this spot. I didn't want to push it because it's gonna overlap here. And then I want to, here as you can see, this is should be only showing in the ground level. See, or I need to do an annotate here. And then 10 lines. And then now I want to go back to level 1 and then change both of these floors right here. So click on architecture, floor, edit type, duplicate. This should be tiles again. So I'm just going to use a tile finish. I'm gonna use this porcelain 6-inch. Press OK, and then here I'm just going to add this one like so. Click finish. So that one is set. I want to set this part now and this one. So go back here, click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be 8, and I want to change this again to a tile finish. So I'm just going to use this 15 by 15. Okay, okay, and then select it right here. The problem is that in the openings nothing will be there, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to extend this one a little bit just for the openings so that nothing is blinking there, or there isn't a space that is not covered. SL, and then trim and extend. AL, I'm gonna align it from this, and then click finish. And then lastly, let's click on the floor for the kitchen. Edit, duplicate, sorry, we need to edit, duplicate. This will be 9th floor, and then another, let's put in a tile. Let's do the 25 by 25. Click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now let's add this floor right about here. And then we want to make sure that it's all covered. And then let's trim this out, trim this one, trim this part, and then here we want to make sure that this one is also similar with the other, that every gap is showing SL, and then trim this one, and then click on finish. And I want to double check the ones that we have right here. I want to make sure that there's no gap, and it looks like this one should be just fine. So what I'm gonna do is gonna go back here, this floor, I'm going to edit this. It doesn't need to have this anymore. So I'm just going to delete that and then use trim and extend. And then now, after this, I want to start adding the stairs. So here, under architecture, click on stairs. Let's just use this for now, the first, and then we could just edit later on. I'm going to add going up first. So we have from level 1 to level 2, and then we have 17. I want to make it even, so let's put it 19. So with 19, there will be 9 of each riser, and then 9 of each on each side. So now that we have that, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to expand this one, and then let's expand the other as well. So we have 18, 13 for the distance, and then this one is 13. This one needs to be 13 as well, so that it looks same. The only problem is I don't want this one to expand too much. So let me just delete this again. I want this to be 16. Or let's make this one smaller. So I'm just going to delete that. It's just better to redo everything. So instead 14. So that's 7 each. It's more than enough. And then we could just extend this one, and then extend this one right here. In terms of depth, we could just maneuver it like that. 13 each. Let's make it 12 so that we have some space. So we don't have any spacing issue. And then here we could just pull it back a little bit. And then we could just maximize that later on. So I'm happy with this, and then we could just click on finish. And then let's go to insert again. We need to add in some lighting here. So let's go back. Just go back to the main. Look for lighting, architecture, and then internal. Here we have some table lamps. I'm going to add a standard one. Click open, CM, and we need to place it on top of this. So at the moment we just place it on the floor. We need to know what's the height of the table is, so that we could properly add it there. So here I'm gonna use section. So here in section, as you can see, we'll be able to know the height of this table. What you can do is you can use dimension tool to see that this is 762. And what you can also do is use AL, and then from here to the bottom here, and it will go at the top of that. So now that we know that, we can delete the section now, and then if we select that CS, the elevation will be copied as well on the created copy. So it will basically register whatever we set there as well. So that's good with that. Also, we're going to load some, maybe the floor lamp. Here we could just add a floor lamp, CM. Let's add a floor lamp right here, and then some tables. So let's go back to the table. Here we have furniture, table, and then we have those let's go back here. Instead of that, furniture, I think storage. So we have a credenza right here. Let's load that up. CM. We could add in the credenza right here. So we have some design right here as well. And then we have our table lamp in this spot, and then we could have in our entertainment system, our entertainment center, CM. We could load it right here, and then we could basically edit how wide this is. So we could put this one at 5,000, and then the center will be 2,500, and then that's how it goes. If we check it with our section, we could see how it looks. So let's flip this over to see on this side, and then as you can see, we have our entertainment system right there. And then we could even double check. What's funny here is we need to flip this on the other side. So now it's showing. And then we could even edit the height of this. We could edit, I know this is 3,000, but minus 200 for the floor, 2,800. So that it's above right here. It will be flush. And then here we could add in our TV. So let's go load family, go back here, TV, click on open, CM, and then let's add in the TV in the middle, and then we could add the height, AL, and then just look for the TV, and then we could just basically align it again and then add it there. We can edit how big it is. I believe we have the biggest ones right here, and you could edit the type, and then you could change how big this one is. So we could put this one at 2,000, and then as you can see, it got edited as well right there. So that's good. What we could do is we could add in some storage right here for our coat. So that's something that we could add as well. As you know, we have so much room here, and then we could just move this one just about here, and then we could add in some coats here, and then some storages. So we have some shelvings that we could put CM. We could put right here shelving, and then at the side there we could also have the coat right here on this side. So here I'm going to select this interior wall, edit type, duplicate. We could make this as interior wall number 2, but the thickness should be 100 only, because this is just the closet. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one now. Let's click it again. Let's look for interior wall number 1, and then don't connect it yet. Just align it first from the face right there, and then just connect it afterwards. And then obviously this is too much, so around 700 is good enough. And then we could just align it from here, and then we could maybe align it from the edge of the shelvings right here. So we could have a bookcase right here. And with this, let's insert some door. So we could have those sliding door. Go back right here. Under residential, we have some sliding door. Here we have 2 panel wood sliding. That's pocket, and this is the sliding. Click on open. I usually load all of them, because you never know how big or how small you need it to be. And then now you go to architecture and click on door, and then we have different sizes right here, and then you could just add one. And then let's click on one of the annotation demolish here, CS on that. I usually add 2 lines. That goes right there. So that will represent the rods inside of that. So I'm happy with how this one looks. And then what we can also do is we could have, if we're gonna do the interior, we're going to have like this back-to-back fireplace. It's probably the perfect fit right here. Instead of here, we could just have this one L, and then we could add this one right about here in the middle. So maybe we could just pick new host, or we could just CS this, slide it from here, and then here CS as well, or this one CS. This is should be well, interior wall number 1 CS, and then this one should be like that. I rather put it in the entrance so that there's something that is welcoming right here, and then we could just extend this one, so something like that. Okay, so we have something like this, and then we could just delete this, and then we could have something in the middle, SL. we could move this one like that, and then we could add a cased, so model in place, generic model. We have an extrusion, and then here we could change it to stone. So stone, so I'm gonna choose filled stone, and then let's have it in the middle like that. Extrude that, and then in terms of height, maybe we should extrude it around 300, and then after that we could have another extrusion. We need to set this one, pick a plane on top of this plane, and then let's extrude this one as a glass. So here we could just have this one, and then another offset of this 10, and then from the inside, that's the glass. Click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. Good thing that this is still like that. So the glass should be a little bit extruded. That's why it's not showing a bit, because I'm still using a fieldstone material, so we need a glass. So I'm just gonna search glass here, and then here I'm just gonna use this one. Click finish, and then we're going to have that one. And then let's add in another extrusion on the top of that. So we could just use this again, edit in place, another extrusion. Let's set this one, pick a plane, and then let's set this plane on the top of this. I'm sure it's hard to see, but we could check it out in our 3D. Let's set on that, and then go back to level 1. It's basically asking you to go back to level 1. Let's use rectangle, and then extrude it on the top like that, and then let's change this to a metal finish. Here's some metal. I want some anodized silver, and then click on finish, and I want it to be all the way to the ceiling. So let's go and check here into our 3D, and then let's just put it something like that. I don't want to force it too much, because I know there's gonna be 200 millimeters thickness of floor going down here. So that's about it. That's what we created here. Something in the for the interior, basically a big fire pit, and then fireglass that will connect the family room, and then it will connect the formal living room, and then the dining. So that looks nice. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the stairs and also finish up and adding this fire pit right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We could delete this now. And then now we're gonna focus on our kitchen. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to add the base kitchen first, and then after that we're going to finish up with the top, with the design, and then here in the middle as well we're going to add in the we're going to add an island as well. So let's start by adding in and going to architecture, click on component, drop down, model in place, and then we're going to go and add in generic model, and then will be generic model number 14 or whatever you name it. We're going to add an extrusion, and then here what I usually add is the material first. I like to start by adding a wood material, so I'm gonna use this 32C, apply OK, and then let's add in our base. So I'm gonna maximize the space right here, and then I'm going to make this one 700. So that's our base, and then from here we could click on finish, and then we could set the extrusion to 900, and then after that we're going to create another extrusion, but we need to set this one, pick a plane, and then we're gonna set this one on top of the 900. So now this will be 25, so that's the thickness that we want. We need to change this to stone. In terms of the top, actually I want to remove this. I want to change the look of the kitchen. So here we basically have the kitchen based. Now what I'm gonna do is, let's finish this first. Go here in 3D, and then let's set the kick plate first. So this is just a linear wall, and then we could just select this one, edit in place again, and then create void extrusion or void sweep actually. So here we could just click here, void sweep, pick path. I'm gonna choose this path, or just pick this path. It's easier. I don't need to think. It's just linear anyway. Click on finish, click on modify sweep, and then edit profile, and then select rectangle, and then it will ask you to draw, and then I'm gonna draw it like that. This is around 50, and then the height should be around 100. Click on finish, and then click here again, click on finish, and then cut geometry, and then as you can see, there's our kick plate right there. Click on finish again, and then go back to level 1, and then here we're going to go to architecture. Actually we don't need to go there, we just need to add in a section view. This is very important so that we could just see what's going on here. We could extrude from this wall, and then we could just extend this one so that we know our reference. So basically our reference is right here. We could just maximize that. I know I maximized this one, so we could even just move this one back if we want to. That's how easy it is to use model in place. I want to have a different look, so here I'm gonna model in place, generic model. The one that I'm gonna use is an extrusion. I'm going to pick the plane, and then I'm gonna use this wall, and then here this extrusion. I'm going to have this one like so. AL, this will be aligned, and then I'm going to drop this one a little bit somewhere like this, because cabinet will be at the top. After that, I'm going to click on rectangle. Again, offset this to 25. That's the thickness of the stone. Press it, spacebar, to change the offset to internal, not external, and then just click it on the edge again. Now we have something that looks like this, and then we could have a stone finish here. So I'm gonna use stone, and then I'm going to use this granite cut polish. Apply OK, and then click finish, and let's finish that as well. I want to set this one as my, I'm gonna extrude that, and then I want to set this one as my basically your top, but on a box, so that will look nice actually. And then what we could do is we could have the backing of this to be the same one as well, so the stone finish. So now what we could do is we could go back here, select here, edit in place, and then let's create an extrusion on this back, and then use the same granite polish material, and then the extrusion should be just 10, and then click finish. So now it looks like that. At the same time, we will have our cabinets at the top. So that's something that we're going to extrude again. This is something new, but it will look nice. And then eventually we will have our cabinet doors as well below, and then here at the top. So let's go back to section, and then let's go to actually ground. We need to add our cabinets at the top. So now model in place, generic model, and then we want to set this one, pick a plane, go to 3D so that we will be able to set this one on the correct one on top of that, and then extrude, change this to something wood again so that it's easy to remember. Let's add the 28 C, and then here we could just add our cabinets at the top. In terms of depth, let's put this one at 550. Click on finish, and then finish again, we could extrude it from right here. And then maybe we could just add something beautiful at the top going down right here. So just to frame it all up, we're going to go to section again, and then knowing that there's a 200 millimeters at the top there, what we could do is go back here, model in place, generic model, and then here extrusion, pick a plane, of course the wall, and then change this to maybe a stone again, cut rough in, apply, okay, and then we could just have it finalized like that. And then right here, so it's really a modern kitchen. We're going to use align tool to align all together. Let's delete anything that we need to delete. Let's trim this one to be connected, and then we need to know that this is 200 so that we know everything that's there. I know this extrusion is more than, so maybe 600. Click apply, okay, finish, and finish, and we could just see how it looks like. And obviously once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to change that look. Maybe we could just align it from this one. But I kinda like the way it looks, that it's not flush. So something that I just want to see. And then obviously we still need to add in some stuff here at the back. We're going to add some kitchen. Like for example, we need to go to insert, load family, and then we need to add in our burners. So we need to go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range. We could even have, so let's go back here, high end. For the hood, I want it to be on the wall. So CM, I want the VED to be right here in the middle. I don't want the label though, so I'm going to uncheck that. Because we have a section, we could basically pull it up from here and see how it looks. So I'm gonna close that. It wasn't my intention to edit that, but at the same time I'm going, and then I'm just going to eyeball it, how far it is that I want it to be seen like that. So that looks really nice on that. And then in terms of materials, it's already preset, so I don't have a problem. So now we need to go back and then insert which cooktop are we going to use. I kind of like this fridge, glass door. I'm thinking of which I kind of like this range hood, but at the same time we need to create an opening. So let's see how it looks. CM. I want to see how it looks first, and then see it looks like that. So we need to add in some spacing. So maybe in the next time we're going to add that, but for now I'm just gonna use a cooktop and then CM on that. And then just add it right here. In terms of, are we going to be able to see that? So CM, add it here, and then from here we need to set it on the top. So I'm going to AL right about there, and then before we move it on that, I'm just carefully just putting it right there. Select that, edit. I don't want to show label. Apply, okay. And then check on 3D. This is not showing because what happened is so this one got moved too much. It got moved with the floor, so we need to fix that again. AL from here, only the cooktop for now, and then let's do this much easier. Align it with this so that it's clearly in the middle, and then align it AL with this so that it's right there. Select that and then uncheck the show label. And then let's check it out in 3D. This is still not showing, so what we need to do is change it to fine. I want to basically move it up more. Let's move this one more at the top, like so, so that everything is showing. 3D, and it looks like flush there. And then I want it to back a little bit. Let's back it up a little bit so that we give it some spacing there at the back, so that looks nice. And then eventually we're going to add in some front doors here, and then some lights at the back, and then some island. Okay, and then what I'm gonna do is in here in section, I'm actually going to make this one, I'm going to edit in place, edit extrusion. I'm going to select both of this. So I'm going to select and then move this one a bit right here. I'm going to move this one as well. I want to actually add the fridge here. That's why I'm trying to move. So I'm trying to edit this one as well, and then finish, and then edit the fridge. So I just want to edit the fridge as much as I can to add the spacing right there. If needed, I'm going to add something at the back here. And then let's go insert, load, and then I kind of like this French door right here. CM, and then the fridge is just perfect size. And then here we could just remove the label, and then just move this one a bit in front. We could just align this and then go inside the section and then just align it again, and then align everything all together. Edit in place. The only reason that I'm using edit in place right here, so that I want it to be exactly 25 millimeters right there, but right there, 25 right there. And then click finish. So that's how it looks. I can even edit the height here if needed, so that it's all the way at the top. So for the height here, two four four four. So I could just edit 2444, apply, OK, and then it's a full height. And then let's look at it at 3D. That looks nice. And then we could just move this one as well on the other side, and then we could edit that as well. So that's looking good. I like the way the kitchen looks now. And then we're just gonna continue this on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start with the kitchen, Now we're gonna continue working on this. So let's go back to our section, and then here I'm going to move this one like so. At the same time, while moving this, we're going to go to insert, and let's go to level 1 so that we could just insert the equipment right there. So let's just close that, go to insert, load family, and go to specialty equipment, domestic, and then high end. Let's go here under oven build double. Let's add in those oven so we have those wine storage, and then we also have this. So I'm gonna use this. Click open. Sorry, it's basically the high end, and then I'm gonna show you again because I was like working on the other side. So here, specialty equipment, domestic, high end, and then one of this, the combo for the wall. So oven build, microwave, and then we have the double right here. So click on open, CM, and then here we're just gonna stick it here for now. Press escape, select this. I don't want I'm going to remove the show label. So here I'm going to apply, OK, and then let's go to our section to see what's the height that we're gonna plan to do. I'm planning to just put it right here on the side, and then at the same time we're going to move this all together so that it will have its own. So here, let's just move this. Let's move this one as well, and then let's move the backsplash right about there. And then we could actually edit this so that we know the extrusion. So I believe we set this one to 10 or 25, sorry. And then now that's exactly right there. Click finish. And then here we could just set this one right there. And then for the counter, we're going to move this one as well. I want to have this one as a standalone as well, similar to this one, but this one is also inclined. So I'm going to move this one same so that it's flush, and then we're going to create a casing for that. So now let's go to architecture, model in place, and then choose your generic model. Press OK. You can name it whatever you want, and then here I'm just gonna use extrusion, pick a plane, and of course we're going to use the wall at the back. And then we need to change the material, so I'm gonna choose one of the materials right here. Most of the time I just choose random because I could always set the correct materials in Twinmotion. I just need to change it here so that when it goes to Twinmotion, everything is set. So I'm probably gonna use stone and then limestone right here, and then let me add the casing, and then the casing again right here. Actually, instead of that, I just want it right here. It's because I want this to overlap the extrusion there. And then once we're good, we can set up the depth. We could select that, and then here you can grab it and then just place it right there in front of that, and then click finish. And as you can see, it looks nice. Probably I'm just going to align it same as this or above. AL from above, and then we could just move this one at the back a little bit. That's looking good. And then let's just fix whatever we can fix, and then at least we don't need to use the void there, so the void extrusion. So here, next thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna double check again what material we use here. I believe edit in place, select this glulam 28. It's because that's what I'm gonna use again. So what we could do is go to section now. I'm going to create the door right here. So now I could actually just use this extrusion, edit in place, and then create again from there, and then pick a plane. I'm gonna use the extrusion right here to pick my plane. So the face of that is what is used. Extrusion, it needs to be just 10, and then I'm going to change this to the one that I just copied. I'm going to select this. I'm going to extrude it from here, or get this midpoint right here, and then from there I'm going to select 5 because I want my gap to be 10, and then select it from each side, and then delete this. Now I have my midpoint. I could then create an offset. I'll probably just leave it like that, and then so I'm just going to use this, but it's going to look not good actually. So I'm just going to offset this to 10. So 10 will be our gap. I want it from the inside, and then here in terms of the division, we have basically 15, 15. So probably 500 each. I'm gonna use 500 each. There we go. Select that. Copy it from here, so that I don't need to create that copy. Copy it again. Make sure multiple is checked. And then there we go. I just need to make sure that I have a gap here. I could basically just nudge it a little bit. And then what I can do is I can mirror this now. I'm going to select the midpoint right here. So select all of this, get the midpoint, mirror this using that command, mirror draw axis, select this one so that we can delete it. And the issue right here is this one has a different width from the last one, so I'm just going to extend it a little bit, and then from there I can nudge this one to make it smaller or bigger, so you could just eyeball that. There we go. And the most important is it looks even right here in the middle. So let's click finish for this, and then let's look at it at 3D. So now it looks like there's some door there. And then again we have the same one. Let's select section again, and then click on extrusion, pick a plane, and pick this plane right here. Let's get the midpoint, and then from that midpoint we're going to do the same. 5 actually. 5 offset on one side and 5 offset on the other side. Let's just leave the midpoint from there, or actually we could just delete that. We don't need that anymore. And then from here offset 10 again, and then rectangle, and then select that midpoint, space bar, and then here we will know same thing, 500, and then we could just align it, do an align tool, 500, and then select CO, copy that from there to here, and then multiple, and then you could align this AL, align it from there. And then here we could just select everything, unselect this, and then this one, and then mirror draw axis, and then from here use align so that we can align the one at the top. Okay, so now after this we could add in more by dividing this, putting in some drawers. Let's leave the one in the middle to have a hinge door, and then the rest we could just edit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on draw like that, and then I'm going to just offset here in the middle, and then same here, and then draw, or let's do it evenly. Make 3, 2 at the one top, and then 1 in the middle. So I think that's a good one to have, so that at least everything is still looking good. I'm just going to move this one at the top like that, and then we could just have this one like that. And then SL, that's split element. We need to split all of this, and then we will have to trim as well. So by doing this, there's not gonna be an overlap, and everything will be fine. And then let's just trim and extend. So this is the time consuming part of this one. And let's do it here on the left side. And then lastly, this one. And then when you're ready, you can just click finish. If you forgot something, it will let you know anyway. This one, we're just gonna push this one a little bit at the top. And then click finish. Let's look at it. That looks really good. It looks modern. And then actually we still have to do our island. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to add some handles. I'm gonna provide a link. It will be second link from part 1 description, part 1 video for this one. So here I'm just going to download this, and you will have a link for this one. Once you download it, what you only need to do is just drag and drop, and then you'll be able to select it there. As you can see, the way this one is, if there is, it's basically a face base, so it will stick to any face that you have or you're linking to. So here's spacebar, you can turn it as well. So it's really a nice nice family to have. It's easy to use, and it's not something like a light where you can stick or only stick it to the ceiling. So for this one, let's just add it. We're just going to add it here in the base. I'm not gonna add it on the top. I believe on the top it already look nice, and then I'm just going to add it like that. If we could check the 3D, it's looking like that. In terms of the material, you can change the material here. I just did a metal panel, so you could just use any metal that you want, and you could just place it to anywhere here. So that's something that you can do. You can download that I provided the link. And then here in the next video, we're gonna finish this off with an island, and then obviously we're gonna put some furniture as well. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in our cabinet doors, our handles, and we added our microwave and oven right here on the corner. And right now, we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna finish off by adding in the island right here. So let's go now to level 1, and then we're going to add in the base first, and then after the base we're going to add the casing. I want to add a case, or usually they call it waterfall. Like basically you have on the side, on each end, you will have the granite or any quartz stone as well on the side. So I think we've done it before, and then we're gonna do it here as well. So let's go to architecture, component drop down, model in place, and then generic model, and then press OK, and then OK. Click on extrusion, and then here we need to change. We need to have one of the stone again. I'm gonna use marble, or let's use rubble, or maybe yeah, let's use stone for now, and then after that marble on top. So for the stone here, we're going to add in our island. I'm just estimating it as a moment, so give me a second, then I will provide. I want it to be around right here, and then in terms of distance, I think that's too much. We could probably do 1000. Spacing is good enough. It's very wide, and then I just want it to have enough width right there, and then we could just add in our waterfall effect for the counter. Extrusion, it will be at 900. Click apply, and then click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and see what we've done. In terms of the kick plate at the bottom, we just need to add in our void right there on each end. So what I'm gonna do is click on create, void form, void sweep, and then we need to pick path. Select that path, click on finish, and then click on modify sweep again, so that you can able to edit the profile. And then here we could just add in the profile similar to what we did before. This is around 50, and then 100. Click finish, and then finish. Cut geometry, and then let's do it again on the other side. Click create, void sweep right here, and then pick path. After pick path, click on finish, click modify and sweep again, click on edit profile, and then click on the rectangle so that you can create your void form. Here 50, and then select this one to be 100. Click finish, and then finish again, and then cut geometry, and then this one is shown, so that's good. So now click on finish, and actually we could actually just add the same here in create. So now let's go to so let's finish this first. Actually, let's move our section like that, and then here double click here. In terms of where we're going to set it, we could set it in front of this and then extrude it afterwards. So click model in place, save your project first, generic model, and then extrusion. Pick a plane. Let's select the plane for the front of the island. In terms of extrusion, just put 25 for now, or whatever you want, like 50, because we're gonna extrude it backwards. In terms of material, we're going to use marble, so stone and then marble. Apply and then OK, and then now we need to add a casing. So here, rectangle, I'm gonna add a casing right here, and then delete this, and then we're going to offset. You could select this pick line, offset this to 25 thickness. So here I'm just adding the thickness like that, and then we need to close this off, so without any offset. So make sure offset is 0 so that we could just put it right there. Click on finish, look at it at 3D, and then right there. So now we could just extend this one a little bit so that we still have some leg room. And then after that, click on finish. What we're going to do next is we're going to go to level 1, click on insert, load family, and then go back to the main. We need to add a sink. So here, plumbing, architecture, fixture, and then sink. We're going to add this triple because we have enough space in the island. CM, add it at the top here, and then select here. We want to make sure that this is showing at the top, so we're just going to use align so that it's above that. Now we need to create void first for the top, so select this top, edit in place. From this you will need to create a void. For the top, we need to create void extrusion. Select this one, and then we need to add a void form like this so that everything is showing. Click finish, go to 3D again. We need to see it. So it's around there. We need to change this to hidden line so that it's much visible. We just need to void this part. And then I'm just going to over that. Click cut geometry and then click finish. Delete element. And then let's look at it again. So right here, what we could do is, let's go back. This one should be just above this one. So let's go to section again, just above this, so we cannot go past that. Cut geometry, click finish. Some void forms of family do not cut anything and will be there to make the void form cut something else. Use cut geometry tool. So now let's just investigate what's going on. For some reason it's not cutting. So what I'm gonna do, I think we need to create this. So instead of, I need to edit this type again, so I'm deleting the top. I'm going to redo that because we need to add it from the extrusion part of this. So now we need to create it from here. So edit this one, select that, and then create, select extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane, click create, select this one again, delete this one, and then offset 25. The top, on the side, and then on the side, and then lastly right here. And then click finish. Then don't click finish again, because we need to extrude this like so and like that. And then from level 1 we need to create the void again. So void extrusion, select it right there. We shouldn't edit and create another generic model. It needs to be on the same model right here in order for us to void them properly. So that's the issue that we have. That's why it didn't go. So here I'm just going to change this to hidden. We need to see where the void form is. And then selecting that, let's just move this one like that. I believe that's more than enough. And then now we need to cut geometry and then click finish. And then here, see here, we need to actually, before we cut geometry, we need to select and then let's change this to wireframe. go. Now it's showing the bottom because you need to select which are multiple cuts. You want to cut it here and then you want to cut it here as well. So those are multiple cuts. That's why when I was like clicking cut geometry, I was selecting this one as well, and then cutting, and then selecting this one, and then selecting the void extrusion. And then now what we can do is we can put this back to consistent color or realistic so that it looks nicer. As you can see, you can view whatever is down there. And then now we could just add in, we could go to level 1, insert, load family, and then add in some furniture, seating, and then let's look for this one, stacking, CM. Let's add it right here, and then right here. You could have it there, but it doesn't look nice, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. So now we have that's looking like this. We can obviously add in more shelving, and then from here we could add in a window as well so that it looks nicer. And to make it much better, we could move this one right here so that we could just add in some candidates. The door here, and if you want we could insert, so go to here, load family, go back to the main, and then we have specialty equipment, domestic again. I believe we have dryer, dishwasher. So here we could just add dishwasher right here, select this one. I don't want the show label, so here we could just have that one showing in terms of section. We need to basically, I think that's good. There we go. So it's still showing. We could just move it above so that everything is lined up. In terms of 3D, the way it looks is, I think that's good enough. We can even move this one a bit at the back and just showing like that. And then here we could add in cabinet door for the sink. So just a simple model in place, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane. We're gonna choose this plane, 10. And then in terms of material, let's add one of the wood again. Click apply, okay. And then here we could just have it like that. AL, we're going to align it right here and then align it on the other side. And then let's get the midpoint like that, and then offset this one to 5. and then let's delete this, and then let's offset as well this one to 5 or 10 now. Okay, so now just trim and extend, trim and extend. This one we need to SL so that we could just have it. Trim and extend here. And then just delete the one surrounding it. And then click finish. Finish. So that looks good. I'm happy with what we've done here. I believe we finished the kitchen, and we could continue on the second floor for the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the kitchen. So as you can see, we have our island and we have our kitchen right here. Now we're gonna continue working on this. I'm currently on level 1, and then we're gonna continue, or we're gonna start doing the level 2. So let's click on level 2, and then from here let's turn on underlay. So we need to go to right here under your properties. We have underlay, and the ridge base level is none. You can turn it on by adding level 1 as our background. So it's kind of grayed out, but it's basically just a silhouette of what's down there, so we know where we could put our stuff, our wall and those kind of stuff. So now let's click on wall, and then let's start off by adding exterior wall. So I'm gonna use the same exterior wall number 1, and then we start off. As you can see, we have B. So here, let's click on B1, and then from B1, let's go up to B2, and then here, let's just trace this one. So let's trace this one up to right here. So after that, we're also going to trace up to here. So click it up to here, but we're going to extend this now up to grid line number 5. So once we click grid line number 5, we're going to go over here, and then let's extend this right about here. So click it in D5. Once we're in D5, just go down and then click on around 4,000. So we're going to extend it up to 4,000, and then we're gonna cross over up to this grid. So this is grid number 4, and then we're going to go down again up to here, so around, I'm thinking around 1,000 is good enough. and then cross over right here up to grid line number 3. And then from grid line number 3, we're going to trace again. So we're going to trace up to E3, going across here. This is E2, and then going across right here, just tracing it. And then let's finish off by clicking at B1. So as you can see, we have our layout for the second floor, and then all the exterior part is already done. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the interior wall. So we could just press escape and then escape again. It's up to you if you want to leave the underlay, but for everybody else, for everyone, I'm gonna put none so that you don't get confused. We can also delete this. So delete the section view. We don't need that anymore. And then this one, let's just make this one up to level 1. I want to double check this one. It needs to be only up to level 2 actually. Okay, so now that's that looks much better. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to click on wall again, and then hover here and click on interior wall number 1. And then first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put a line all the way right here. So line all the way right there. So that's very easy. So from D1 to D5, that's your wall there. And then here, let's make it simple and then just connect this one right here up to here. So that's good now. And then right here, we're also going to create a line from the stairs up to right here. So that's done already. And then here, we're going to close this off. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in a dimension. So I'm going to just add a wall right now, and then I'll give you the dimension for that. So this is around 2350. So at least 2350 from this grid line. So actually that's too much, so I'm gonna change that. So instead of 2350, let's make it 1200. And then let's have it like that. So we have enough space so that we can put a door here for an opening. And then also select the wall CS. Let's add in a wall right here to close this off. And then add a wall right in between, and then select that, and around 2700. And then here, more or less, we need to actually unjoin this and then move this one a little bit because we don't have enough. So 2550 for the next, and then we could just connect them like so. TR, trim and extend. And then here we're going to add a wall again, so CS on this, but this wall I want it to be from this grid line around 2350, and then we could connect this one all the way right here, and then select that one, CS again, and then connect it all the way there. So now we have some space here, and then here we could just connect it all the way right here. So we have a room here, another room, here's one room right here, but we need to box this out. So right here we could just box this and then align it from the edge. Okay, and then we also have a room here, and then the washroom for those as well. Here we could just extend this, so I'm just extending this all the way there after aligning it from the stairs, and then we could just add in our doors. So click on door, and then maybe we could just add our doors. So this one is the one that we chose. I believe we did around 700 by 2000, or let's make it 800 by 2000, so we have enough space. CS on that. Here's another one, and then the opening for the washroom will be right here. For the washroom door, I believe 700 is more than enough, because 800 is too much. So all the entrance door for the bedroom, we're gonna change that to at least 800, and then the doors for the washroom, that will be 700. And then here we could have the washroom, the ensuite, and then we're gonna change that. This will be the entrance for this bedroom, and then this bedroom will be the entrance right there. And for the washroom, we have the entrance right here, and then the entrance for this one should be changed, and then here is the entrance for this washroom. And then here we need to separate this because we have another washroom right here. So I believe around 1700 is good enough. And then here we could just add this one. Around 2500 is good enough. So we could select here, and then this will be the entrance for this. And similar to the kitchen, we will have this wall opening right here, so it will be similar to that. And then here as well, we're going to have a wall opening, so we could select that, click on wall opening, and then we could just have that wall opening like that. And even here, select it again, click on wall opening, and then we could just have it like that. Select wall opening. There we go. And you can basically change that if you want. You can manipulate that easily. And then here we already did. And then we'll have a washroom right here as well. In terms of, we have some walk-in closet right here, walk-in closet before the washroom, and then we need to add some closet right here. So we need to select that, and then interior wall number 2, we could have it like that, AL, and select that and push it like that. So this will be the closet for this part. This one, what we could do is we could just add a wall separating this, and then let's just check how the spacing here. Around 1300 is more than enough for the space. And then here is the walk-in closet for this part. And then that's more than enough right here. And we need a walk-in closet right here. What we could do is we could select this. We have an entrance, and then we have some space right here. So we could just have this one maybe around 2000, and then wall opening as well. And you could just put in 900 if you want, so you could just do it as you please, so you can move it around if you wanted to. So for us, in order to show that those are closet, what we need to do is detail line again. So we need demolish, so demolish right here, 2 of them for the closet, and then we need demolish line right here. We need to make this one smaller, and then obviously we're going to add in the regular line, the thin line, and then here same idea. And then let's add in the thin line so that it looks nicer right here. And you could just space it out once you have that there. Space it accordingly. And then here as well, before we forget. Okay, so that looks nice. I think it's better if we just delete this and just make this one like that, L shape. I think that's much better. And before I forget it, I just want the sliding door. Let's choose 2000. Let's try this one first. This one is too small. Maybe we could do the 1800 by 2000 or two of them. So CS, you can use CS again just to add those ones quickly. So as you can see, I was able to add those. And then on the next video, we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn on the underlay, and then from there, knowing that we already added some of the stuff here, like the bed here, the toilet, and those this one as well, we're able to add this one, or we're gonna be able to add everything quickly. So that will be for the next video. Here, let's just move this one right here. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Before we finish the last video, I was gonna tell you that we're gonna use underlay so that we could add all of this instantly right here, because we already set it. So here, let's go to level 2, go to your properties, and then underlay, and then range base level should be level 1, and click apply. Now it turned on, but it's grayed out, but still you can still select it. Make sure that this one should be, as you can see, it's on, but if it's unselected, you won't be able to select all of this. So make sure this is without the X. Even for this one, select element by face. I cannot select some of the element by face, but if I uncheck that, I'll be able to. So those are the ones that you need to check, because some of you guys are asking me how come I cannot select this or those stuff. Those reasons is because of this. So make sure that at least all of them are is selectable and checked. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this bed, CS, and then here, as you can see, it will be in the level 2. So that's how easy it is to just grab those and then add it right here. So I'm gonna add all the beds like that, and then here I'm going to add a bed facing this way, and then another one. We have to have it like this, and then we also have a bedroom right here, that we could just add and facing this way. And then one more right here as well, facing. And then I'm gonna grab this side table, so CS on that, and then I'm gonna add it on each end of the bed. So the good part of that is we don't need to keep on locating this. Even though we already added, it's easier to just do underlay and CS, create similar, and then here select that, CS on that, and then add it. And if you notice, it will be on the same elevation as that one, so that you don't need to check what elevation. So everything is going to be ready. So you just need to click where you put it. So that's good. Now we're going to select the toilet, and then here similar idea, but we're going to put it on this side, and then this one we're going to put it on this side, and then obviously we're going to put the vanity right here. And then we have a washroom right here. We're going to add it on this side, and then this one we could add it right here. You can just move this one a little bit and then add it on this side. And then the good part, we could just add a wall right here if we want to, so that this is at least you have some privacy. So we're gonna think about that. Maybe we could just put it right here, and then you could still have some privacy right here. So something we could think of, maybe we could just face it on this side. So in terms of plumbing, it's easier to just add it so that this will be a plumbing wall. So that's something that you sometimes we need to think of. And then right here as well, let's not forget that we have right here. And then after that, select that again. This one is the vanity sink, and then we're going to add it right here. We're gonna add it right this one, and then this one right here, and then for this one we're going to add two of them. Actually, with this spacing here, we could also add two. So we could just push this one right here, and then we could add two vanity. So actually we could just add it this way. I believe it's much better in spacing. Push it there, CS on this, and then just push it right there. So that's looking good. CS on this. This will be on this way, and then we could have a sofa on this area. So CS, and then CS on this. We could add it right here, and then why not add this one as well. we can have this as a privacy, so we could add a wall so that we could add a TV right here. So we could just add it like that. And then in terms of spacing, just give it some space. I believe this one we have enough. We have 1500, that's more than enough. And then here we could just have 1500 as well. So that's more than enough space. And then the shower. So here we have the same length. So we could just add it. In others, we need to edit. So we could edit right here. And then this one, we could have a shower here. And then we could have a bathtub as well. So we could have this one facing this way. And then we could have a nice bathtub right here. So this is the master's. So that will be good. And then let's add this one as well. So we just need to extend this or edit that one and then extend this one as well. So I believe we added everything that we, maybe some of the desks as well. So we could add a desk here and then a chair. So we added there, and then we could have this one. This is the table, sorry, floor lamp. So we have it there, and then we could have an entertainment system if we want to, but smaller. So we could edit that later on, or we could just double check it now. Let's check the dimension. So this is 3260, so we need to duplicate this, and then here 3260, and then in the middle let's make this one around 1500. Click OK, and then here AL to move it all the way there. So now this one's good. Delete this, and then maybe we could just select the TV. We could just add the TV later on. So AL added right there. So I know you guys are confused now with this, so I'm gonna turn on the underlay. Click onto none, apply, and then we could just apply everything that we want to onto this. So here I'm going to add like a desk right here. We could just extend this one a bit and then move this one, and then CS on this, and then we could add a desk right here as well. And then let's just push this, select that, and then just push it all the way right here so that we have enough space right here for a desk. And obviously here we could have a desk as well. Select this desk, this one, let's make it bigger, maybe on this spot it's not good, it's not ideal, but we could just put it somewhere right here. AL, and then here let's add this chair as well, and lastly on this one as well, and then CS for that. Next thing is we're going to use thin line to represent the top of the vanity. So I'm just adding a line there to represent the top. So I'm adding it like that. And then let's not forget to add the bathtub as well. So we have here, I think we have that one. Let's go to insert, load family. We have plumbing, architecture, and then fixture. And then we have, let's check this one, bathtub, freestanding. Let's do the freestanding 3D, CM, and then I want it to be 45 degrees. So that looks nice right there. So I like this one. I'm still thinking if we should close this off. I'm thinking we will probably need to push this one right there just to have some space. And then add in this thin interior wall. This is something that is, I think I noticed in some of the hotels, that this one is closed off, so you'll have a privacy. And then we could just add the 700 door. You can make it smaller actually. Let's do 600 for the door. We have enough space anyway, so we could have it like that. Okay, so that's looking good. We have, I think we have everything. Just space this out. Just spacing it out. This one's good. We need to edit this so that it's spanned properly. So I'm using my tab just to, in order for me to select this at 205. So here I'm gonna duplicate this and then depth 205. So now that's good. Another one, at least we need to extend. Let's check. So click on tab. This is 1500 exactly. Edit type, duplicate number 4, and then put this one at 1500. So that's our shower. And then here we have our entertainment. We have something here as well. So this one looks good. I'm happy with our spacing and all those stuff. So in this one, I don't want this space to be I don't want it to have this one. I want every space to be used. So I'm just going to make this one a closet. So I'm going to select this, add this closet right here, CS on that, and then add it like that. And then I'm still thinking of, we need to add a railing here. This is where we're going down. And then we need to go here, railing, and then let's just add the piping first, or the pipe railing, and then we need to add it all the way right here over this. And then you could just nudge it in place. So at least this is closed. What you could do is you could also close this with by extending this, but as you can see, we probably need to extend this one, right? Or add a wall here, but that's too much. But I could just add a railing just to have this one secured. And then in the next video, we're probably gonna start adding room tags, and then also we're gonna finish off by adding windows, and then before we finish this one, let's add in our floor. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 10, and then we're gonna maintain that 200 thickness, and then this one should be, I want this one to be wood, so I'm gonna use mahogany. Click apply, OK, and then OK. And then now I'm gonna choose pick line. I want all of this to be in the interior part, or interior part of the wall. So for now, and then once we check everything in 3D, we probably need to do some changes. So here, so we're going to trim and extend this. I need another line right here, but we need to delete this and then trim and extend right here. Let's go over and around, trim and extend right here, trim and extend right here as well. So once we're here, we're over that, we could create an opening right here from our stair. So I'm just creating that opening from the distance of the stairs and the perimeter of that. So once we finish, click on finish, and then if we check it in 3D, this is open, and we just need to clean this up. So we could just clean this up now so that at least it's not showing. What I usually do is I'm just pushing it in between so that it doesn't show, and then click finish. And if we check in 3D, that looks flushed. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish the second floor. I'm just going to edit something right here. I want to make this one smaller in order for us to add a balcony here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this one around 1500 by 2000, and then we could just move this one like so, and then at the same time we could have this one instead right here. So delete this and then delete that. We can even extend this one more. So I'm just maximizing the space, and then I'm just editing this one. And then now we could just push it all the way right here, and we still have enough space for this. And then also we have more than enough, so let's check the dimension right here, around 1500 for the balcony. Here is I believe this is the gate, so let's just leave it like that. And then what I'm gonna do now is create the roof. So we're here in level 2. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click on roof, and then edit type, duplicate. This will be roof number 1, and then edit thickness 200, and then let's check this one. We need to change the material, so let's check this one, miscellaneous asphalt shingles, replace, and then let's use this one, and then press OK. Make sure to uncheck this one, and then the base level should be level 3. We're just using level 2 so that we know where to add those. For the roof, similar to the floor, we're gonna use pick line, and then we're going to use this. So just for the interior part, so I'm using this to just do the interior part, and then here, and then we should just trim and extend right here before we continue, so that it doesn't overlap right here. It will overlap right about here, but we know that we could just trim and extend right here now. And then we need to trim and extend here, and just check every intersection to see if it's overlapping. But even though if you miss one, it will let you know. So now let's click finish, and then let's look at it in 3D. I'm going to select one of the, or just hover onto one of the exterior walls on the second floor, click on tab, and then select that. It will highlight all the exterior wall, and then what we need to do is to just add a top offset around 600, so it will create a parapet like that. So I'm happy with that. At the same time, we need to add in all our windows now. So we're gonna start off in level 1, and then we're gonna click on wall, and then we're going to use curtain wall. So from here, drop down and then scroll down, you will see curtain wall. Select that curtain wall. Once it's selected, you will need to add it in the midpoint, so in the center line of the window. But if you notice, it will sometimes it will go from the exterior part. I want it from the interior part. So something that you could just do, maximize the space, and I just don't want it to be over or in the edge like that. So we could just change that up later on. Here I want to have a big window right here. Now we could have this one as shelving if we want to, and also right here as well we're going to have a shelving right here. So we could put actually this detailed right here. So something that we're just gonna add. So this represents some shelvings right here, and maybe we should add this one as well. So cabinets right there, and we could just extend and move this one, and then select this one again, and then do it like that. So just to represent something in the area, as you can see, this is wide enough, and then here this is a wall opening, so it's already big enough for the area. So I just wanted to move closer here, and at the same time, this is not yet done. We still need to add windows right here, but click on spacebar so that it goes on the inside, and those ones are like the errors that are appearing. It's just letting you know that it's still not showing because we still need to cut geometry on that. This one we could just add it at the top, so we're going to add that later on. Here we could add it at the top as well, or we could design it so that it's connected at the top. So that's something that we could look into. And then here we could just have it at the top part right here. So windows right here, windows on this part here, and then here. I believe we're good enough for this one. I'm just gonna add, let's go to ground, and then let's just add it, CS or CS, add it at the top like that. So now what we need to do is we need to go to modify, select cut geometry, and then select the window or the wall, and then the curtain wall. We need to do that on all of them. So I'm just adding or just selecting those for now. And then we're gonna pull those up later on. I'm just gonna add it right here instead. I'm gonna use cut geometry, for some reason it's hard to navigate that. because it's in a different level. Just gonna delete that and then just add it from here, and then click on cut geometry. So I added there. Let's go to level 2, and we're gonna fix the height later once we're in 3D so that it's easier to see. And then let's add in again curtain wall. I'm going to add it right here, spacebar, so that it's inside here as well. I might push this one backwards. As you can see, we have enough space, and I probably want to add some balcony, so we'll see that later on. For here, maybe we can have it this area and this one, so that you have nice view when you're doing your bats. And then here we could just have this one all the way there, and then we're going to see if we could do something both from the top and the bottom. And then here at the top, and then let's not forget to flip this. You can do select that, and you can check this arrow and then click that, so that it needs to go from the inside. And then you can also click that CS so that you could add it right about here. So now we need to go to modify, cut geometry, select, and then select that. Select the wall first, and then curtain wall, curtain wall, and then here I forgot to add, oops, need to have it properly. Cut geometry, wall, curtain wall, and then I think I'm good with this. What we could do now is we could go to 3D, remove this ground so that we don't get confused. This is from the okay, so this is from the family room. So here what I want to do is, let's set the height first for the first floor. I think that's good enough. AL, I'm gonna select so that everything from there is that height. AL, select the height first, and then select this one. AL again. There we go. And then here we have, I remember we have something. There we go. And then select that one. What you could do as well to make it easier for you is just drop it. So drag that one, AL again, so that it's easier for you guys. I was having a hard time as well, but I remember I could just do that instead, or first, before doing anything else. As you can see here, then AL, so that everything is in the right. And then I'm going to align this one as well. And then for the washrooms, this one is just for the laundry. I'm just gonna put it on this height. This is a window just for that. Then here, this one, same height as this. So I'm just gonna copy this or align that one there. AL here as well. This one is for the living, so probably same height. I'm gonna go back to that here for the washroom. So AL for this height, and then AL, I believe this is the same. So I'm happy with that. It's already looking good. For the height here, it's already too high for that. Just a couple of inches from the top, so I don't want that. So I'm going to select this, drop it a little bit like that. I don't want it too high, AL, and then just copy it on all of them. So most of the time, all the height, I want to set it correctly. And then here, this level, the level at the top, I want to change this because I know this area, there's so much space in this, so I just want this one to be pulled back a little. I'm gonna pull this back a little, and then I want to do that instead. There we go. Pull this back, and then here CS, select that so that it's connected there. In terms of here, you could push this. Select this and then just push it, something like that, and then edit this boundary. And then we're going to probably add something here. But if you think about it, now this is what we have in the problem. So I'm just gonna undo that. I don't want to make our life so I think, yeah, just leave it like that. The only part that I'm going to add is here, and then just leave it, this one in here. We could add it here as well. but for now I'm just gonna add it in the front. So all of this will need to have a height, because it's not something that we're gonna add a door. So only one in the front would be added, and then here we're gonna add a roof on this one. This is for the washroom actually, so we need to make it higher, and then here align this one again for this, and then here same again, EL, maybe here we could just add the same height. And then we're going to lift this one all the way to the floor, because we need to have an opening right here. And then before that we need to fix this. So AL, and then AL at the top. So align that. And then we need to add a roof again here. So we need to go to level 1, go here, and then click on roof. You could just leave the roof number 1, and then we need to add it to level 2. Select this one from the interior again. It's a rectangle, so I just use rectangle. And then let's look at it here, and then just select this 3. Okay, so now we just need this one to go from 600. So 600. So that's good. What we need to do here is we need to go here, we need to split so that we could select this up to 600. So the reason for that is so that not all of this will go up, and then it will overlap and it's gonna keep on blinking. So we need to split it so that this only this part can go up. So that's called split element. And then what we could do now, even though it's not yet final, let's add another floor right here. A floor, but just for the balcony. So edit type, duplicate 11, and let's choose something white. Okay, and then let's just add like that. Delete here, trim and extend right here, trim and extend there. So now just click on finish. It will look like that, and then we're going to clean that up and model something else there. For this one, I don't know what happened. For some reason, elevation from level should be 0. Let me look into that. From south elevation, and then this one needs to be aligned right here. Oops. I'm just gonna move this one, MV to move. There we go. So for some reason that's why it's showing Probably I selected that and then click on or added an elevation there. Here, as you can see, we have something here, entertainment system. So I'm still going to add a window there, but probably only on this spot right here on the side, because we have an entertainment system there. So let's go to level 1, and maybe we could just move this one right here, push this one right there, so at least we have some space right here. And then let's add in some railing right here. I'm just gonna use the pipe, add it right here, and then right there. So click finish, and then obviously we're going to add some stuff right here. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start molding this. Here, we're gonna continue working. One thing's first, I want to move this one all the way down so that it's covering this one. But at the same time, as you can see, it's overlapping here. So I'm just going to push it just about there. And then here as well, we need to move this one below here. What we can also do is, instead of that, you can click on attach, and then here it will fix itself. And then here we're going to just push this one all the way down like so. I just want to make sure that I'm doing this properly. So it's just not snapping there, but as you can see, it's fairly there now. Probably we could align it at the bottom there, and then at the same time, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on paint, and then we're gonna paint this as gypsum wallboard for the below here. So we could just type in gypsum, done, and then click it. Maybe we need to check. This one, and then click on the face there. We will probably need to click on the face right here as well, so that everything is looking good there. And at the same time, we have some gaps here that we need to take care of. So we need to edit this, edit boundary. Let's look at it at the second floor. And then we just need to move this one all the way to the ends. And then click on finish and go to 3D. So everything is good right there. So here, what I'm planning to do is, let's go to our south elevation, and we're going to look at here. We're probably going to change the size just so that we could have it the same. I want it to be same looking, same width. In terms of height, you can make probably this one higher. And then now go to architecture, click on model in place, generic model, and then here click on this one, and we're going to do an extrusion, pick a plane, and then let's use this plane. I'm probably going to create an extrusion right here. I want a whole line, so I'm going to offset this to 200 and going inside. After that, we're going to have somewhere right here, so we have this one extruded, and I want this one to be extruded right here, but at the same time I probably want it to be without the bottom right here. So I'm going to trim this out, and then let's add this one right here. And then at the same time, we need to pull this up like so, and then SL TR trim and extend. SL again, trim and extend, TR, and then we just need to do this here as well. TR to trim and extend there. And then let's look at it at 3D, and then extrude it manually. Let's grab it from here, and it will be looking like that. In terms of material, we need to change this. I want a metal paneling material, but we could just use metal for now. Metal panel, it's already there, so let's just use this for now, just to show. And then this one, that's looking good. I feel like I want to make this one bigger more, but at the same time, we could just change the materials, another wood paneling as well there. So now this is the look that we're gonna do here, and then click on finish. Let's go to south elevation again, and then let's look at what we've done here. For this one, let me double check what we have right here. So here we only have certain kind of so it's something that we could recreate here, because they're basically same, only in this spot is the one that is different. But we could just do that so that we could have the design that we want. So AL, so let's align this both, and then let's align this, and then align this. I want the same width, like so. So this one has 940. Let's put this one 940, and then align the same one right here. So I believe that's good enough. And then what we could do is we could just create another one of this. So create an extrusion, pick a plane. I'm going to select this one, and let's add 200 at the top, and then 200 on the side like that. And then here, let's just click 200, 200, and then delete this, and then delete this. Let's give this some depth. We can always change it later on. Click on finish, and we want to make sure that we have the same material. So I'm going to copy this, and then select this, and then paste it right here. So we have the same material. For this one, we could just manually pull it up like there, so that it's not overlapping. Anyway, it's like there. And we could just create 700 for the depth. Okay. So I'm gonna finish that. And then at the same time, what I'm going to do is we're going to add something here as well. Just an awning. So let's go back to south elevation. Edit here. Click on extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this. And then after that, we're just going to add somewhere a 200 thickness here. And then let's not forget to change the material. Click on finish, and then make this 700 as well. Not 700, but we could just make that like that for now. And then now we need to paint. So iron duct tile, let's use this to paint the ones that are inside here. because we're going to set a different materials for this one, and at the same time we're going to add it on this side. And then right here, and then right there. We're going to change this as a different material. So let's choose metal brush, bronze. So that's fine. And then there, that's good as well. And then the rest we could change a different metal material. Let's use this to change the others. So those are different panels that we're gonna use. I'm just setting up the materials. So I'm happy with that. So everything is. And then let's put the same material. So what I'm gonna use for now, I'm just gonna use copper to just create the same one, but only on this side, because I just want it to be looking like that. And then I want another extrusion setting up here, because I want this material to be wood. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, maybe in my ceiling it will be shown the layout right here. So I'm gonna cover that up. So here, model in place, generic model, and then I'm going to use extrusion, and then here we're basically gonna cover this up. I'm gonna use this. We have something right here. I'm just going to align it there, align it right here, and then pick lines right here. Now let's trim and extend here, and then trim and extend right here, and then change this to a different material. I'm gonna select another wood, let's use this Douglas fir, and then click on finish, and then finish, and then let's look at it at 3D first. And then here I basically set it up on the floor. I'm going to set it up at the top here, and then extend this one at the top. We could edit this so that we could extrude it so close, so maybe 2790, so only 10 thickness. So I'm happy with that. We might even extend it right here, so extrude that. Let's extend it right here so that everything is covered. Let's trim it here, trim and extend right here. Click finish, and let's look at it. So I'm happy with that. And then now let's add in our curtain grids. So click on curtain grids under architecture, and what we could do is we could divide this one in the middle first, and then just divide it by 4, divide it in the middle, and divide by 4. Here, just leave it like that. Let's go here at the side. We could just have it divide in the middle, and like that. Here we could just divide it 3. You already have it there. Here we could just have it like that. Simple design. And we could have divided by 4. And then here we could just divide it in the middle and divided by 4 at 3 here. And then after that, click architecture, click on mullion, all grid. Make sure to change it to 50 by 65. For me, I like that so that it's not too thick, but it's still up to you if you want to. And then we need to add something there. Basically, we need to add the curtain door. Okay, so I think we're good with that. We need to just delete this, the one at the bottom. Go to insert, load family, and then doors, and then here we have curtain wall single glass. You need to open that, and then after this you need to try to select the panel only. So you just put your cursor right there and then click on tab multiple times until it's just highlighting the panel. Select that by clicking on left of your mouse, and then it will have this one under your properties, panel, system panel glazed, and then we need to select this one, and then you need to go to level 2 in order to change orientation. And then after that, maybe we could change this one. I kind of like the glass look, so I would like to delete this. Go to level 2, sorry, and then click on wall again, and then here we could just add our curtain wall like that, and then let's manually connect them all together. CS on this, and then connect them. Sorry, it's not the end yet. So CS here. And then here we could just connect them. And then go to 3D. Obviously it's too tall, so we could just lower it somewhere like that. And then we could just align it at the top, EL. Okay. Okay, so I'm happy with that. We can also change the panel or the material for that. Here I'm just going to edit, and then here we could just change the material. It's actually grayed out at the moment, so for now let's just leave it like that. And one thing I want to do here is to have something right here. So let's go to south elevation and then click on model in place, generic model, extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to set it on the gate. I'm going to change this material, another stone, this one is already used. I'm gonna use tavern tin, and then we could just add this one right about here. I'm going to align this right here and align it at the top and align it right here. I'm just going to add some grooves here and then right here. Going to AL, align that right there, and maybe we could just push it like that, delete here and then delete here, SL in the middle, and then trim and extend, and then right here as well, trim and extend, and then let's just align it right here so that still looking like that but with a different material. Click on finish and look at it at 3D, and let's just push it back a little bit right there, and then push it back as well like that. So just by adding this, I think it looks much better in front maybe we should just extend this all the way just to add more depth. It's not boring in terms of, so I'm just going to do this now, extend this, and then do the same thing. And then AL, align it right there, and then right there, align it at the top so that everything is aligned. And then delete here, and then SL again. Trim and extend. And then click finish. And then finish. And then save. And then let's just quickly look at it and see how it looks. So that looks good. Kind of like how it looks. So let's continue on the next video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up and add in some of these designs, and then we set up all of this as well. We use paint in order to paint all of this with different material. And then now we're gonna continue working on this. Before we finish, I'm gonna add in more ground. So I'm gonna add in the floor for the outside right here. So this will be floor number 12. And then the material, we're going to change this to one of the concrete materials right here. So I'm just gonna pull up one of them randomly, and then press OK, and then OK, and then OK. And then here, what we could do is we could just add this, and then at the same time we're going to add one strip at the top. That's for the sidewalk. So we're going to add this for now. We can actually edit more. Let's make it wider, and that's about it for that. And then here we could just add in another floor on top of that. So duplicate, let's edit this, another concrete material, and then here I'm just pulling out one of the concrete again, and then we're going to add, we're going to use rectangle, and we're going to add one going here, and then this will be top offset around 100, and then click on finish. I know it's showing an error, but that's basically what we're trying to do as well. And then I just CS on that, and then edit this boundary again so that at least it's good enough size. So that's what it looks. We can edit and curve this more, and then obviously we're going to add in another pot area here so that we could add in some trees on this side. So here I'm just going to edit, and then let's curve this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to align it right about here, and then use fillet arc so that I could just do this. Click finish, and then do it on the other, and then click on fillet arc. Select the adjacent ones. There we go. And then click on finish, and let's look at it like that. That looks nice. And then in terms of here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use model in place, and then generic model, and then we're just going to have an extrusion, and then we could set that extrusion. So I want to set it and pick the plane. I'm gonna use the top of this to be my plane, and then here, of course, it's not 600, so for now let's put in 400, and then just change the material. Let's use one of the concrete as well. Yes, concrete, there's abundance of different kinds right here, and we're basically just gonna choose one different one in Twinmotion. So here I'm just going to add an extrusion like so, and then maybe we could just offset this to maybe 15, and then space bar, not 15, that's too thin, so 50 instead, and then do it like so. And then what we can do is we could just curve it from here, but without the offset. So 0 offset, delete this, and then let's trim it from here, and then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D first. So that's good. And then we could just fill it up. We could just put this one around 300. I think it's good enough. And then go back here, and then just add in another extrusion, but for 200, and then a different material, maybe ground. So let's just change miscellaneous earth. Let's use earth replace, and then use this, and then let's just use rectangle for that, and there we go. Click on finish, and we can see we have it like that. You could just make this one 250. At least it's still above there. That's looking good. So I'm gonna select this one, CS, and do the same thing. I want to try and create the same extrusion. AL. Oh, for this part we don't need to add anymore. I forgot that we just need to add it on this side, so we could just remove that extrusion and then just finish this. So we're good with that, and then let's add in the grass, CS on that. So we're going to add grass around here, and obviously at the back. And then we could just click on here, and then now we just need to trim and extend, and then extend everything. Delete there. We just need actually we need to trim and extend right here around this one, and then delete this, and then trim and extend on this one. So we need to be going around here, and then click finish, and we have our grass around the surrounding. So that's looking good. And then what we need to do is we need to go to level 1, go to architecture, click on room. We need to set up all the rooms. In terms of right here, these are rooms already, but if you notice, we need to close this off because everything is unclosed right here. So we need to work on that so that we could add in multiple of the room. So we need room separator to do that. So in order to do that, click on room separator under architecture, and then you could basically close it from there. You can assign, you can close this one as well from the rest. And then here we have our family, we have our walk-in closet. So now once you select room, as you can see, you'll be able to add room tags. So for this one, we need to separate this again. So for this one, let's see if room separator or room is working now, which I believe is still not. So what we could do is we could just do it like that, and then room separator like that. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay, so this one work, and then this one work as well. Well, for this one it's not yet, so there we go. Hopefully it worked. There we go.
multiple roofs and enclosed. So this is enclosed, this one is enclosed. So for some reason something is not working, so it's still because probably this is open. So let's cancel this, and then let's just add a room separator right about here. I believe that's the issue. Hopefully it got fixed. So yes, that was the issue. So here we could just add kitchen, all capital. This one foyer. Laundry, pantry, living, family. This is dining. This is pool, washroom. We have powder room. This is ensuite 1. We can add room here. This is walk-in closet, and then this one is bedroom number 1. So that's good. And then let's go to level 2. And as you can see, this one is much easier. We have different rooms, and then their ensuite is right there. And then if you want to room separate this, you can do as well. So let's do bedroom number 2. So I'm going to just copy paste that. Bedroom number 3, 4, and then 5. This is the masters. Ensuite, master, ensuite 2, ensuite 3, four, and then here as well. Ensuite 5. This is family area 2. Okay, so now everything is added there. What we could do is we could add this one to sheets. So the way you do that is you need to go here, sheets, right click, new sheet. We already have A0 metric loaded. If you want to load more, you just need to go here, go back to the main, and then we have title blocks right here. We have different kinds. So if you need a specific one, you can choose right here and load it from there. This one, A0, is good enough, so I'm gonna use that. So here it started with A001. I'm just gonna keep on adding sheets. So new sheet, keep on selecting that. So similar to what we dealt before, that Revit is smart enough to do the sequence. So I'm just gonna add cover, we have first, second, and then the elevation. So here, what we could do is you can select right here, cover. If you need to change the number, you can just do this right here as well. You can also change it from here. So if you double click here, this one, give me a second. So you need to click it one, and then some timing, and then another one, click, and then it will be opening like that. First floor, and then here, second floor, and then here would be the elevation, and another elevation. And then what you need to do is you could just have one of the views. So let's go to level 1, or here in the ground. You can take an image. So here, choose the camera. Before you click, there's a drop down for the 3D. There's a camera view that you could do, and then you could change this to realistic if you want to. You can also set this one as the starting view. So you just need to go here and then look for, or let's go here and manage, and then click on starting view. This one is the 3D view number 1. So every time this is open, this is the look that you will see. You can also render this so that once we add it to the cover page or cover sheet, you can size it up. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go and we just need to go to view and then render, and then we're gonna just choose draft, and then just click on render. It will just take some time, and it's pretty much very quick because it's a draft. You just wanted to see what it looks like, and then you can save the project and then press OK. Now it's in the rendering. We could basically just add it, save this one, export to the file, the folder. I'm just gonna save this here, and then I can close this. Now let's go to cover. I don't know if I put this one, I'll be able to size it. Yes, I do. I can. So at least this one can be sized. So just double clicking that. If you don't want the viewport, you can choose no title and then put it on the side like that. We can create a schedule. So here, and then view list or sheet list. What I usually do is sheet number. So click on that and then sheet name, and then press OK. And then after that, just need to go back here and then go to drop down, and then here's your sheet list. You can expand it if you want, similar to that. So we're good with the cover. First floor, what you need to do is just drag in and drop. If you notice this is too big, what you need to do is go to level 1 first, and then check the 3 of this under extent, and then it will have this. You can grab that and then resize it like so. and then uncheck this afterwards. So this is the only view that you'll be able to add there. You can do this one again so that you don't need to redo that. So grab that, just size this up. It's okay if you go over, because as you notice, this is too big, too wide. Revit will recognize that and it will adjust it for you. So that's how easy it is. Let's go back to first floor and then drag our level, first floor level, and then second floor level 2, and drag and drop there. But if you notice, our naming is second floor here, but it's level 2 here. It's easy to do. If you just want this one to be changed right here, you can just change it from here. Second floor, and it will change. So sheet, and then don't click it here on the side first and then click apply. Do it on the first floor as well. Select here, go to title of the sheet, but if you wanted to change this one completely, you can change it from here, but as you notice, it will change it here as well. So might as well just change it on the sheet. So this one, first floor, select something at the outside and then click apply. It will change. If you want it to be without this, because too much, you can drag it, but you need to select here on the view first before you drag it. Here as well, as you can see, we have that. You can just select this one first before you grab it, or else if you grab everything, it will grab all the views as well. So select here and then grab it here, and then you can change it here as well. Then elevation, open the sheet first. You can click here because there's a lot of inactive views already opened and we don't need that to be shown. So here you can just drag and drop. Same issue we have, so you need to go to east and then you need to check all of this first, and then there's going to be a box, and then you'll be able to adjust everything accordingly. So press escape first. It's still with the setup of the other view, so make sure you press escape, and then here go to south, select that, and then west, press escape, and then the only thing you need to do is drag and drop, and then just open the last sheet and then drag and drop. Now that's done. What we could do is we could print this. So I'm gonna print this one. I'm gonna choose my printer. I'm gonna select this one, but if you notice, once I select this one will go here. The difference between this one and this one is for this one, it will combine everything in one sheet or in one PDF. This one, it will separate it. So it's a good good way of choosing the combined one, because as for this one, it will be separate and you need to save it individually after it's completed the print. So I like using this. I'm gonna click on select. You always need to uncheck views, and then now check all because we need to print everything. You can also save this so that what happens if you need a full set, and then you don't want to keep on checking all of this, or you need just cover sheet and elevation, you can preset everything. Here I'm just gonna put full set, so every time I need a full set I could just put it here. If I need, for example, issue for a permit, which only comes with cover sheet and elevation, you can set that and then save it, and then you can put issue for a permit, and then you will have everything ready. Check. So here I'm just gonna press OK and then OK. Let's just wait for it to print, and then let's see how it looks. So here I'm just gonna save it to my desktop. So once it's ready, it will look like this. So that's it for now, and thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in more information, especially added more design. We're just gonna continue working on this. One thing that I want to do is add in the model number or model text. So you just need to go to architecture, click on model text, press OK, and then here we could set it. We're going to pick the plane that we're going to add it, and just simply add it right here. And then once you do, click it again, model text, and then click it right there. After that, we could go to our south elevation, and then here we could edit this now, edit type, and then we should duplicate this, and then you could just put whatever, but I'm just gonna put house number. Press OK, and then now we could change the size and then even the font, but I'm just gonna leave the Arial font for now. For the size, I'll probably put it around 100 first and see how it looks. So for the 100, I'm going to put the materials as well. Let's put a metal material. And then just use one of this. Apply and then OK. And then the graphics here, you can change the whatever you want here. I could just double click here and then put in the number. Let's put 23. And then let's add in the name. 23 January. And then let's just put it right there. In terms of depth, we could review what we have at the moment. So I'll put it 50 and then see how it looks. I think 50 is good enough. And then I shouldn't change the view in that 3D view. It should be in 3D itself.
So I'm just gonna leave it like that now. Another thing that I'm going to add is another information right here. Let's go to south elevation, and as you can see, we have our house molding here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in rafters here, so just some decorative ones, and then I'm gonna stick it out. So under architecture, model in place, and then here generic model, and then click on extrusion, pick a plane, and let's select this one. And then once we select that, what I'm planning to do is add in a rectangular like so. And then once I do that, we could change the material first, and then we could extrude it up to the size, and then finally, so here I'm gonna choose wood. Let's choose particle board, click on that first, look at it in 3D, extend it as much as possible, and we're gonna add in some decorative stuff here as well. So once we have it like that, what we could do now is go back to south, and then we could select not scale but array. Select array, click on last, and then we're going to change here probably around 10. Grab this one and then put it only right here. It doesn't need to be, maybe we could just put it all the way right here. And then if you like it, if you like the spacing, that's fine, but you can increase or add more if you want to. So here I'm just going to add in probably 6 more, so now it will be 16, and that's okay for now. I'm thinking if I should connect it from here, or I should just put it below it. But at the same time, where is that connected? So I rather have it like that. And then now we could go to our north elevation or east elevation, and without clicking finish yet, go to your create, void extrusion, choose the plane, which is this one, and then we're going to design something so that it's not just a plain block there. Let's just add some design here. Usually I just add a rectangle first and then work my way around it. You can move it like that, and then we could just fillet arc here, and then connect something right here. Maybe a sharp turn. Delete here.
and then we could trim this off, delete this one, and delete this one. So at least we have something that looks like this, and then click on finish. Before we cut geometry, we need to extend. So here, as you can see, we need to fix that. I'm going to edit, the void, let me redo this. It needs to be around here, not around here, because it's gonna change the extrusion part. So that was my mistake. And then now we could just select that again, click your tab, make sure that this is the only thing that you grab, and then here we could just extend this so that everything will be changed. And then we just need to click cut geometry. So here I'm selecting the void first, and then manually deleting and then there you go. Something that simple to do, but it will provide a nicer look. And then we could click finish now. What the next thing that I'm gonna provide to you guys is most of my link will be in the part 1 description, part 1 video description, and what you need to download is Spotlight Face Base Square, and then once you download that, all you need to do is just drag and drop, and this is a face base, so it could go to any face. So here I'm just adding it at the top there. Most of the time I just add it first to those location. We could add it right here, and then we go to one of the floor plan or ceiling plan or RCP, and then we fix those or space it out. So the important part is just adding it first to those location, and then now that we added it, we could just start putting it. So here I'm just going to select that again, CS, and then add it here as well, just to be sure that I already had it there. So now let's go back to, let's see if it's showing here. It's not, so let's go to ceiling plan level 1. So now it's right here. As you can see, we added it there. I don't know where if it's still showing. Looks like it's still showing there. So now I just want to add it right about here in the front. I believe this is the front. I'm just estimating it in the middle and then copying it. So select that, copy, and then we could just manually copy. And then we could just keep on adding. I usually like the 1000. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab it from the middle and then 1000. Let's do that on all of this. So just keep on pressing 1000. We don't need to think about it. So the spacing is just right. And then here we could add it here. So what I do first is just select here. I like already where it's located, so 1000 again. But I know this is gonna be too much, so maybe we could just put every 2000 for this one. There we go. So with this, we could just leave it like that. I'm not sure if I could put it on the other side. Yeah. What I could do is I could space this off like so that at least it's showing on all of them. Grab it there around 1500 and make sure it's straight when you're doing it. It's 90 degrees. And then here you could just copy it here, 1500. I like the spacing now, and then now here I could just grab this one and then connect it all up to here. So 1500 lastly like that. So it looks nicer, it looks well spaced, so I like the way it looks. At the same time, we could just we added one in the level 2, so let's space this out. I'm gonna copy. This one is just right in the middle, so that's perfect. Copy it, and then let's maintain the 1000 for this one. Okay, and then after that I notice it wasn't straight anymore, so I canceled that last. There we go. 1000 looks good right here, and then we're gonna grab it and then make sure it's just in the midpoint. Grab it in the middle and then 1000. Make sure it's 80 degrees. I know it's right there, so now we could just delete this and then just put this one in the middle. So space it out so that it looks nicer, and then here as well. Put it here, middle of that, copy, and then I know it only 4, we can only put 4 right there. So that looks good. And then lastly, I want to change just right here. I'm gonna select paint again. I'm gonna use one of this one. I just want to change the materials here. We could put it as wood planks. I'll use this, and then we could just add a wood plank here. So in the next video, we're going to be ready to put this one to Twinmotion. So I'll see you then. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our Revit model. As you can see, we added this. And now we're going to finish and make sure that we're in hidden. And then here, make sure you're in fine. You should be in 3D. So I'm just going to close the inactive views that right here. And then click on save. And then after this, let's click on to your Twinmotion plugin and then click see in Twinmotion. And then once it's synchronized, as you can see, it's already loaded our model. And then what we need to do now is to put in our settings. So what I usually do is go to settings right here, go to camera. I always want my parallelism to turn on, to be on. Visual effects, color gradient, I always like this one to be blue tint. Go back here again, and then as you can see, there's a big difference already. In terms of background, I go to location and then turn off and to put it to none, because we can always add in a background for us. Go to lighting, environment, we could add in backdrop HDR or skylight HDR. So either way, that will be good. We're basically setting up which of the backgrounds are we gonna use, and here you can see which guys are the best. Let's go back here. I want to use a backdrop HDR, and as you can see, we have this one. So let's go to outdoor. And then let's not forget to save this first. It's very important because sometimes Twinmotion is laggy and they could basically just shut off. So save as and then save it to your location. And then I'm gonna save it right here. JPJ house. And then click hit save here. And then now we could just change the backdrop if we want to. We could just drag it right here. What I want is I just want a different background. Maybe not this one, but as you can see, the height offset, we need to offset this one. You can change the offset here, so, or height here. So it looks like I'm planning to just use a different background, like the sky. I like it because I don't need to worry about the background. Also, we could just add vegetation just to change those up. This is, so we need skies, so let's set up the skies first, and then I usually put in maybe low sun, cloudy, and then we already have some of here that are loaded. Low sun, cloudy 6. So let's click here so that we could drag and drop it, and then it will change. So just wait for it to change, and as you can see, you can even rotate this one depending on how you want it to look. I usually put it at the back if I want to, and then make everything here. For now, I'm gonna put this one on this side because I always like my shot to be on this side. We could always change this later on, so even the intensity we could change this. Let's just put it like that. Let's try this one. Low sun, cloudy 03. Let's see how it looks and how it feels. This one looks nice as well if you think about it. So I might keep this one and then change the intensity from here. So let's leave it like that for now. So now what we could do is we could just go back. We need to go to our burger menu and then click sign into Epic. So just leave it sign into Epic. For some reason it's not signing in. And then after you sign in, so after you sign in, let's add in some materials. So let's go to Quixel Megascan Surfaces. I just want to check their metal material. I feel like I always use the metal material there in Twinmotion, so I just want to double check here. Probably the corrugated metal, and then it's still not showing, so let's just leave it for now, and then let's just go back here in Twinmotion. So let's go with the glass, and then here I just put in two-sided glass, increase opacity, and then change it to something dark. Let's put it more dark, and then opacity up like so. And then here I always want it to be black, but maybe it will be much better if we wait once we finish the setting up here. I want my materials, so go to my materials right here, and then I want the panels. So I'm gonna add probably this one. So this is the panel, but I want it to be, I just want to see the look of the paneling. I'm going to put this one same as this. But at the same time, I want the front here to have a different material. So I'm gonna undo that first. Go back to Revit, and then click Architecture, Modify, and then click on Paint. And then let's choose something that we haven't chosen yet here. Slate blue, and then select it here and then at the bottom. So after that, make sure to close this off and then saved. And then here in Twinmotion plugin, just select that. Now we're able to select, and then this one will be different. So here under color, go put it right here. And we want to make sure that everything is the same. So let's just add it like that. We could increase the sizing of the panels. So that those metal panels. So I think that one is good enough. And then I want to add this panel here, but the reflectiveness, I don't like it. I think that's too much. But we could just change is the look, so maybe black. The black one, it looks nice. Black, gray, and then here I'm planning to add in, let's see if this one's ready, a wood material, a plank. There we go. I'm going to add this plank and then maybe size it off, something like that. If we have a better plank, maybe this one will be good enough. A much cleaner plank. And then this one, we could change as a vertical. So maybe this one is a metal as well. So let's put that at metal. So let's go back here. And then for the top, aluminum. It's supposed to be for walls, but it looks much better in the roof. And then here we have the aluminum siding right here. I think they look the same, so rather change it to a different, and then let's change the color. There we go. For this one, because this is metal, you want to make sure that this is reflective enough. Not too much though. Around 70 is good enough. And then here we could just have it something like that. And then maybe we could just add the same materials to this, so that everything is covered properly, nothing is missing. And then another wood material, so I think that wood is good enough. I like that wood. And then here is the part that we need, so I'm going to scale this one a bit and then move this, move it on the side a bit, so that everything is kind of centered. So that's good enough for me. And then here we could just make sure that this is on metal, so metalness on, and then reflectiveness is on as well. So sorry for this one, it shouldn't be. Was trying to select this one. And then black on concrete blocks is really nice. And then here I'm gonna choose a better wood material for this. Not this one. Let's look at Quixel Megascan. And then here we could just choose one of this. For veneer, I don't like their veneers too much. I feel like it's too much. Rotate this 90 degrees. And then go back here. In terms of scale, let's scale it a little bit like that. So that's the wood there. I'm not sure if we should make this one a little bit dark. Yeah, let's make that a little bit dark, and then reflectiveness, just to highlight that one. And then we should add in the proper concrete, so material concrete. Let's go to the ground, man-made, and then I'll probably have some brick just to change it up. And then we could have this concrete road, but we could have concrete right here, and then concrete, the same thing right here. Right there, and then In terms of nature, let's add this one right there. So that looks nice. We should add this. So make sure we select this metal material, and then make it dark. And then in terms of the light, we want just the glow first. So neon, that would give it a nice glow. And at the same time, we need to add some lights. So we're gonna do that later on. This one, we should add in a concrete. Fine concrete will be right here. We could just use that fine concrete right there. That looks nice. And then here, select this. We should have it like that. There we go. Just double checking everything, making sure that everything looks nice. We could select this one, cherry, then put it right there, just to have that look. And then here, I want every trim to be black, but metal. And also let's check this one. I want this one to be metal as well. And then change this to something like that. So that's fine. And then here we're gonna add in some vegetation. For example, a small tree or one of those decorative I like those bamboo. Here, golden bamboo. It looks nice in concrete. And then we make it smaller, just perfect enough for the size right here. And then we could just click on tab, hold on shift, and then we could just keep on adding. Let's add 2 on each right here. Add 1 more right here, and then 1 more right here. Just hold on here so that we could just, this one is a copy because I want it to be smaller, so that's good enough. And then we're gonna add in one of here, tropical almond. Maybe we could just make it short. And then here we have this. Maybe this one should be I'm just gonna use this one, this plant, and then add multiple. I'm gonna add here, and then hold on shift and push it right there. We're going to add multiple, so maybe this one is 30, just to see how many. So maybe we're over a bit, but that's fine. We could just delete. We could go here under scene graph and then just assume here up to here, delete. That's how easy it is to delete, and at least everything is like that. And then we're going to just add a light. I'm gonna use a spotlight, but 180-degree turned, so that looks really nice. And then we're going to just limit this to probably 30 is good enough, 30 lumens. And then we're just going to add it, hold on shift, add it right there, and then right there, and then right here. So the bounce of light is really nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the material, and we added some vegetation and then some lighting. And now we're gonna continue working on this. Here, we're still going to add some spotlights right here, so we could start adding it now. As you can see, you could just change your the number of speed. So I changed mine to 3 so that you can have a better handle on things, and then you can move properly. Here we're gonna change this to 5 lumen, and then the color we could just leave it like that. Change it to click tab to change it for directional, and then as I remember, I put 1000. So here I'm gonna put 1, and then 1 meter, and then here 3 more. So now everything is just fast like that. Another one, this one I remember we put same thing, 1000. And then change this to 5 lumen, and then the direction, put it to 1 meter, and then I believe this is for 3 again. So let's add 1 more, or like 3 more. So like that, hold on shift, oh my bad, so undo that, hold on shift, 1 meter, and then 3 more. There we go. So for this one, for the spotlight right here, this one is showing anyway, and then let's add this one right here, same thing. add it first and make sure that everything is lining up at least in the middle, and then pull it up or pull it down depending on how you see. 5, and then after that look how many is that. Hold on shift, 1 meter exactly, and then 3 more, and then same thing goes right here on the bottom. I believe 1 meter again here. And then let's put it down a little bit. Change the intensity to 5 lumen, and then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Select that again. Hold on shift, 1 meter, and then 6 more. And then at the same time we have ones right here. Let's add that. I believe this is every 2000 because I was thinking that it's too much for the space, and then 1500 going back. So here I believe we have 4 every 2 meters. Okay, so now I'm gonna highlight all of this and then move this one backwards 1500, and then here let's put at least additional 2 or 3 more. Let's put 2. So for some reason I don't know what happened. I'm gonna just redo that. 15 meters, 2 more. There we go. And then we have just 3, so I'm gonna check 1, 2, and then this one. So I know this is every other, so I'm just selecting those. And then actually there's some here that we don't need. I think I overcounted those. So 1, 2, and then 3. We're just going to put it backwards again. 1500 or 1.5, and then just 1. And then here we could just add, by selecting this one, 3 more. 1.5 and then 3 more. So that's done. Let's change the speed. I'm changing it to number 4, and I kind of like how this one looks, the way it bounces the light and the effect. Probably add grass here so that it covers up a little bit. And then now let's save it first before we put in grass, because sometimes once you put the grass, it will make it heavy, So might as well just add it now, or save it now. Select this one and then right click, and then here you can isolate it. Go to context, vegetation paint, and then let's go to grass. And usually I like this one. After that, you can select this one to change the density, so how much or how thick you want it to, and then go back here to select, and then you can change the diameter. Most of the time I just want it to be big enough so that I cover a lot of space. We don't need to actually add it at the back there, but why not? And then after that, I press escape, and then let's just double check. So everything is good, everything is covered. We could just select this and then right click here and isolate off, and then maybe we could unisolate here, right click, and then I just want to add this one. I just want to add some grass if possible. So here, vegetation paint again. Let's see if we could add this one. Add enough. So I don't want that look. I'm gonna use a vegetation paint. Maybe lawn. Make it smaller. Click that. Density up. Click here. Make it smaller. Small enough. And then just add it manually like that. Okay, so once you've done that, press escape, select this one, right click here and isolate off. So now everything looks nice. And then here, maybe the opacity, let's try and make it around 90 so that it doesn't show too much of the inside there. Change your speed to number 4, and then we could start adding some trees that we like in front here. So something right here. I'm planning to add a big tree right here in front, so delete this for now. Something nice enough. And then we could just make it big enough a little bit so that that looks nice in right there. And then at the same time we choose the stuff that we want right here, making sure that we covered everything. I want to spread it out a little bit, not too much crowd. So that in the picture it looks nicer like that. And then at the same time we want it to be Good enough. That it covers everything. That looks good enough. We have something at the back right here. Maybe we could put something really tall at the front here. Maybe this one. Spruce is good. If it's high enough, it doesn't look like, so we need to increase it a bit. So I'm gonna add one more. Hold on shift. There we go. And then after that, we could just go back here, vegetation paint, and then just quickly add things right here that are bulky. This. I'm just choosing the ones that are big and then wide, and will cover some space, some holes, because we just need to add it. Here I'm going to select one and then select the bottom so that I let Twinmotion know that I want everything to be big, and then I want everything to be like that. I want this to be looking like that it's populated. And then if we check, we have good enough that there is some breakout of lights here. From this one, that's good enough. So this is looking good. I like the way it looks. And then now we just need to create our image. Before that, let's set the lighting. In terms of exposure, I want it to be good enough like that. White balance, changes up, ambient around 1, sun intensity around 15, around 7,000. I believe is perfect match here. And then I want to change this one, the panel color. Maybe we could just pull in some blue. I think we could splash in some blue there, just to give it some change. A dark blue though. Then let's go back here. Or 1.7, and then let's put this one 79k white balance, and then ambient is already around 1. So I believe that's good enough. I'm happy with the result. and then we could just have this one. I'm just going to add something right here. I want a spotlight. I want a spotlight right here, so it's covering that. So click on tab, 180. I kind of like the bounce, so I want to replicate it right here. Move it, and then just add 3 more. This one we don't need anymore, so only that one. Let's add in some cars. Sorry, 90 degrees. Let's add something like that, and then an SUV. 90 degrees going there. In a dark gray. Let's add a car onto this side. Before we finish, let's add in more of this one. So I forgot to add it into the front, so that it kinda bounces to the window. And then here I'm just gonna delete one of this. Okay, so here I'm ready to take a image. So go to media, click on image, and set your camera. Something like this. That looks good. And then a front view. And then here, side. But before we do that, let's delete this again. And I want to see how it looks in terms of this one. And then as you can see, we need to do some more lighting. So here, select that, go to lighting here, and we're probably going to increase the exposure a bit. So let me do this. And then change this to low so that we could see the result. We just need to set basically this sun intensity around 10, ambient 1.5, and then we just need to play around with this. Rendering, firefly, we don't need that, so let's just lower that a bit. So around, probably around 6. So at least right now we know how it looks. We set up how it looks now, and then we just need to refresh. I think I want to back it up and put it on the side more. And I want to double check what we did. And then here we could just see that everything is looking good. We could, I'm going to navigate this so that it looks more like that. If we, so I'm gonna restart this. I'm gonna see how it looks in high first before doing anything else. So one thing I'm planning to do here is to add in more light, because I can see that we're lacking some area lights so that it shows right here. What I'm gonna do is quit media first so that it goes back to our standard, and then we could just add in something like here. We can expand this and then length as well. And then I'm gonna intensify it, and then gonna go back here to see how it affects it. So, and then another one is, if we could just delete this again, is to rotate this. Rotate the image. Skyline. Intensity. And then rotate. So once we do that, let's see how this one looks. Let's put it in high. So I'm just gonna quit here and go back. To the lighting. And then the background. And then the rotation, I'm just gonna leave it like that, similar to what we've originated. And then let's just increase the intensity. And then here, as you can see, we have this. We could start off, and then so that's path tracer on like that, and then here we could just add in the front, so image number 2, path tracer as well, put it to high, and then here as well. But before we do that, we need to set this side first. And then click here, and then before we leave here, we just need to set it to high again, and then here as well. Let's create, and then change the weather. And then let's just show it like that, and then click on refresh, and then select this one, and then make it high. In terms here, let's change the exposure. Just to go back here, and then one more, but raining. Select it here, weather again, and then set this to refresh, and then click here. And then refresh again, and then make sure this is on high. Want to make sure that everything is on high. And then lastly, we just need to turn this on, and then into high. And then once you're ready, we just need to select image, or sorry, go to export, select here, and then select all. And then we just need to export everything. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.